Good morning, everyone. Welcome. I will just do a quick check of who is in the room. Great. Thank you. I can see the proponent representatives have cameras on and the committee members who are present also do, so we'll get started. Welcome to day 3 of the hearing for the Victoria Murray Floodplain Restoration Project Environmental Effects Statement EES Central Package relating to the Belsai, Yungarra and Hatter Lakes North Floodplain Restoration Projects. As usual, if I could ask everyone to make sure their microphones are on mute, although I think we're doing that now that I'm saying that behind the scenes now automatically. Just to note, the hearing is being audio recorded. My name is Lisa Kendall and I'm chair of the committee considering EES Central, and I'm joined today by my colleagues, Member Kirsch as Deputy Chair, Member Bell, Member Carruthers and Dr. Brisker. So you can see the members on the screen. So today we do not have Member Ham sitting with us. Just a few preliminary matters to run through. Yesterday we heard further introductory and opening submissions from the proponent, including presentations from the Victorian Environmental Water Holder and the Mallee Catchment Management Authority. And today we'll be hearing expert evidence on groundwater and surface water. So we've received confirmation from Murray Lower Darling Rivers Indigenous Nations that they are available and interested in attending and presenting to the committee on the afternoon of day 7, so Thursday the 31st of January. We were scheduled to rise at 3:45 on that day, so we can accommodate a 45-minute time slot at that time. That would result in a day, we would close at 4:30 on day 7. They've also indicated that they would prepare a short submission by early next week with a more detailed representation coming closer to the hearing date. So we do expect some written material coming through early next week. The committee does intend to accept this request and will adjust the timetable accordingly. The changes to the timetable also need to include removal of the site visit and potentially a change to the final sitting day. And I'd be interested to get the proponents' views on this, on all of it, and also particularly thoughts on the final sitting day, which I'm happy to discuss now, Mr. Townsend, or we can do it at the end of the day if you prefer.
Member Kendall, I'll have the reins for the running of the proponent's case today. We'll get some instructions during the course of the day on the basis of the vacation of the site view dates and potential bringing forward of the closing submissions, if that, I presume, is what might be contemplated, and we'll come back to you at the end of the day on that.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. I'll pop that in my notes for discussion in closing today. So just a couple of other matters. Documents received, so no further documents have been received other beyond those that we mentioned yesterday. The correspondence from Fiona and Phil Murdoch have been tabled as document 125. It is, as Mr. Forrester just mentioned, we'll have experts presenting to us today, and we discussed that briefly yesterday, but I'm going to recap on the protocols for cross-examination. And in a moment, I will ask the parties, the representatives of the parties intending to cross-examine Mr. Hoxley this morning to just raise their hand so we can give you presenter status and to make sure that you're in the room. So I'll do that in a moment. So just to clarify or confirm, parties cross-examining an expert must be present for all of the evidence in chief and must put questions to the witness. To ensure efficient and productive cross-examination, the questions must be about matters that are before the committee, and we ask, please, that your questions are clear and to the point. It may be beneficial for you to have them written down and to read them out if you're less familiar with the process, and just to help keep on track. The committee does direct that parties must not ask questions that another party has already asked. Cross-examination must be respectful at all times and is not an opportunity to argue with the witness. If you do have a different opinion, you're welcome to explain that to us when you make your submission to the committee later in the hearing, so not during cross-examination. And I will ask parties to move on if the line of questioning is not of assistance to the committee. So we have two parties intending to cross-examine Mr. Hoxley. We've got Environment Victoria and Friends of VMFRP Park. So I'll just ask the representative who will be cross-examining to raise your hand, and we'll make sure that you've got presenter status. That will allow you to turn your microphone and camera on at the time. So I can see Natalie Hogan. I think it's actually got two names, so I might just get you to unmute yourself at the moment and just let me know, please, who will be asking the questions. Thank you. Welcome.
Chair. Thank you, Chair. I will be asking the questions, Natalie Hogan.
Great. Thank you, Natalie. I can see Dr. Kelly is here. I'm not sure if Dr. Kelly is the representative asking the questions. I'll just ask Dr. Kelly if she could please clarify for us.
I've forgotten how to put my hand up.
I can hear you, Dr. Kelly, so you're welcome to just confirm with me the representative from your group who'll be asking questions.
It's probably going to be me. The other member is a midwife, so I think she's working.
Okay.
But, it could be Nicole McKay, but it's probably going to be me.
So, Dr. Kelly, if Nicole is not present now, won't be present through the evidence, she will not be able to ask the questions. So if you're here and will be present through the morning, then it will need to be you.
Okay.
Great. So I'll pop you down. Thank you.
Can I clarify what's that rule about?
It's
be here for the whole lot?
Because it's important that if you're asking questions of the expert, that you've heard the content of the presentation that they put to the committee. They may answer some of the questions through their presentation. That means that the questions do not need to be asked. And also you need to be, as I said, aware and hear through the cross-examination put by other parties to make sure that you're not asking, doubling up with any questions that are asked, and to make sure that you're fully informed and that the questions you asked are of assistance to the committee.
Sure. Just one other point. With the cancelling of the on-site visit, that's quite, I think, detrimental to the committee's ability to consider the matter. The river is dropping rapidly. How do we know? Like, can we get, I think it's a bit too early to cancel it. And I think it would be better to have someone, on the ground there telling us whether it's possible. I think it was a call made too early. And I'm really concerned that the committee could make a decision without being on the ground and, scoping the actual site.
Okay, thanks, Dr. Kelly. Just for the interest of parties, just to clarify, I'm happy to have this discussion now, given that I didn't have any other further preliminary matters. I will come back to that in a moment though, Dr. Kelly, and I'm just going to ask the proponent first if there were any other preliminary matters that we needed to cover off on, and then I'll come back and we can have a quick discussion about the site visit.
Madam Chair, there's no preliminary matters as such. What I'd like to do at the moment though, for the information of the committee and other parties, is just identify, in terms of the time estimates given for the evidence in chief today of Mr. Hoxley and Dr. Treadwell. Yeah. We provided an estimate of 40 minutes in respect of Mr. Hoxley's evidence in chief. And in speaking and reflecting, having regard to matters that have come out of the first 2 days of the hearing, we think there's about 15 minutes or so of information that it would be useful for Mr. Hoxley to go through in the course of his evidence in chief, rather than in the course of anticipated questions, probably from the committee or otherwise. And so that relates to, for example, matters that have been discussed in respect of the current flood event, in respect of table document 125, and respect of some of the discussion of the extent of water within maximum inundation areas and so on. So that'll likely take us to something closer to perhaps not quite an hour for his evidence in chief. Dr. Treadwell is estimated, I think, to have 60 minutes in his evidence in chief, and that's anticipated to remain. No other matters that I'd like to address. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for the clarification. So other than Dr. Kelly, we will talk about the site visit. I'll just ask if any other party has a preliminary matter and get them to show their hands, just so I know how many issues we're discussing this morning. No, okay, I'm happy to talk about the site visit. So something that I was planning to come to towards the end of the day, Dr. Kelly, but at this stage, perhaps if I could just ask you to expand on your concerns and before you do that, I'm not sure if you were here when we were discussing it and opening on day one. There's a number of logistical arrangements that need to be put in place to enable a site visit to proceed, and today was really the last day for confirmation with the dates that were preset to enable us to do all of the logistical preparation required to actually run the site visit on that day. I'm happy to have a conversation and hear from parties about the need for a site visit and the implications of not having one, and of course the proponent's response to that and how that could be managed through the process. The committee would be open to the idea of considering a site visit after the hearing, but there are other implications of that we would need to consider and discuss and determine whether it was critical to the committee considering the matters before it. So I will come to you, Dr. Kelly, now, if you could just talk through your concerns, and then I'll ask the proponent if they could please not necessarily provide a complete response, but even a preliminary response, and I'm happy to come back to it and again talk about it in more detail later in the day.
Okay, thank you. I feel that, in matters that I've had experience with before, going on site is so important. I've been being someone who lives here on the river, the river's changing every day. It's dropping. I think it'll be a real detriment to the committee. It will keep you in the dark. It's great to see satellite images and leader vision and drone footage, but you cannot feel a place and know a place and understand a place without walking on it and looking at it, perspectives, and touching it, and being within it, especially if you are with learned people like people from the CMA, traditional owners and interested neighbours, landholders. You cannot understand that place, and I would feel offended and disgusted if the committee didn't do a site visit before making a decision to the minister. And I would not be happy about it. I would not be happy if a local council made a planning decision. I would not be happy if VCAT made a decision about a piece of land, about nature, about our public assets without doing a site visit. And I feel that, the proponent has a point of view, the proponent has a goal and an aim, and I think it would put you to a detriment, and the proponent would be keeping information from you.
Dr. Kelly, sorry, before you go down that line, the proponent's been very supportive, and the committee's been very interested and keen to have a site visit, and the proponent has been as well, and a lot of work's gone into planning. It really has been around access and safety, and the timeframes, the lead time required to organise all of the logistics associated with it during the hearing period. So I think if I could just ask you to please refrain from comments that are actually not accurate in terms of the proponent's approach to the site visit. Are there any others?
do have 25 years of dealing with the proponent, so I think I can speak from knowledge. And I also,
Dr. Kelly, I'm particularly interested to hear from you what you think the implications are for the committee in terms of which you have expressed. So if there's anything else that you'd like to add in terms of your concern about the issues before the committee and our ability to consider them.
well, I think it's already a difficult hearing in that it's by Zoom with all the factors involved in difficulty with not being in a room, you know, the traditional way a hearing would be held. I think to not have a site visit as well, I think it would decrease the validity of the final decision.
Okay, thank you. So I certainly understand your view. And I'd just like to reiterate that, yes, I mean, we're in very unusual circumstances. I will just check if there are, I will just come directly to the proponent actually to see whether you would like to make it either preliminary response or a complete response. Up to you, Mr. Forrester.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The current position is, as has been expressed, that the proponent continues to support the value of a site view and will continue to do what it can to facilitate one. Today was identified as the day for the final yes or the no as to whether the timetable dates could be achieved. And as was foreshadowed on Tuesday, it was not possible, it was not anticipated to be possible and remains not possible to say that a site view can be safely accommodated on those dates. And so the answer remains that we can't with certainty proceed towards one on those dates. Now that said, Mr. Townsend submitted to you on Tuesday that the proponent will do what it can through the course of the hearing to identify any change in circumstances which might give rise to an opportunity for a site view, whenever that is, whether that's as anticipated or at some later point. We'll come back to the committee on that when we can and seek to do what we can on a continuing basis to facilitate that.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Could I just ask, and again, I understand you will not have had time to confer, but do you have a preliminary view on if safe access is and access is actually possible after the hearing? Do you have any thoughts on whether there may be merit in proceeding at that stage or any of the implications associated with that?
As to the first question, I can't. Well, there would certainly be merit in the idea. As to the questions of logistics and implications of doing it or not doing it, I'd need to come back to you.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to propose that we revisit the issue of the site visit later in the hearing. I think that and I can see that Environment Victoria have got their hand up. I'll come to you in a moment. But I'll propose that we revisit the issue as we progress through the hearing, and if the circumstances change, that we consider our options. But under the circumstances, I understand at this stage we're dealing with the same situation that we were earlier in the week, but in a couple of weeks' time, things may be different. So I'll just come to Environment Victoria. So I didn't seek the views of other parties at that point on the basis that we will come back and discuss it, but I'm happy to get your views at this stage. If you'd like to share them.
Thank you, Chair. We particularly just wanted to note that Environment Victoria generally supports the views of Dr. Kelly in emphasising the importance of a site visit in this matter. Whether that occurs after the hearing, we'd be interested to hear the proponent's point of view in terms of options that can be explored to enable that to occur before a decision is made or before the committee makes any recommendations to the Minister.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. So if I could just ask the proponent to, in our closing today, provide us with some options as to at what stage through the hearing process it might be appropriate to revisit the concept of a site inspection. And I understand that probably we can't talk in any more detail than that at this stage, but just to confirm what would need to be taken into consideration and the timing at which the committee could actually discuss and consider whether that might be possible again. So I'll put that on my list for closing discussion. Thank you. So no further preliminary matters to discuss this morning. So I'll hand directly to you, Mr. Forrester, to move into your submissions and the evidence this morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As timetabled, I'll start with Mr. Hoxley before moving to Dr. Treadwell. And at the outset, we'll just note that I'll, before the witnesses are called, identify the relevant documents that I'd ask the committee to have before it, and that will likely be shared on the screen in the course of evidence, and then take the respective witnesses to the presentations that they've each filed in the course of providing their evidence in chief before they're made available for cross-examination. So I see Mr. Hoxley is in the gallery, and I think he's got hosting privileges, which means he should be able to join us on the screen. So Mr. Hoxley, can I ask you please to turn on your camera and your microphone?
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, all clear. Welcome, Mr. Hoxley.
Thank you very much. So would you like me to share the screen?
Not quite yet. Just let me identify first that for the committee's purposes, Mr. Hoxley was the primary author of Specialist Assessment D, which is the groundwater assessment. And I'd ask the committee to have that available, but perhaps not at the front of its screen. The tabled document number 78 is Mr. Hoxley's witness statement, and tabled document 122 is Mr. Hoxley's expert witness presentation. In addition to those documents, I'll take Mr. Hoxley to table document 125. As I referred to earlier, that's the email from Ms. Murdoch that I think was tabled yesterday. So, Mr. Hoxley, your name is Greg Hoxley.
That's right.
And you're the Senior Principal Hydrologist and Technical Director at Jacobs.
That's right. Strictly hydrogeologist, which is the study of groundwater, as opposed to hydrology, which is usually surface water.
Thank you. Your business address?
452 Flinders Street in Melbourne.
Thank you. And you've heard me introduce to the committee a witness statement that you've prepared in respect of these projects, which is tabled document 78, and yes, a presentation tabled document 122, which you've prepared.
That's right.
In your witness statement, table document 78, you've provided a summary of your qualifications, experience and expertise summarised in Annexure A. Are they true and accurate?
They are.
And you've provided your full curriculum vitae in Annexure B to that statement?
Yes.
And by way of a brief summary, in my words, I understand you've a Bachelor of Science with honours, which you've applied for over 35 years in groundwater and hydrogeology.
That's right.
Amongst your experience in that time, you've been working in research on modelling and on projects in the Murray River Basin and its floodplains since, I think, at least 1988. Is that accurate?
That's right.
And again, in my introduction, I identified and I understand that you're responsible for the preparation of Specialist Assessment D groundwater as Discipline Lead, Assessment Coordinator and the Final Reviewer.
That's correct.
Are there any corrections that you wish to make to your witness statement or to the presentation you've prepared?
No, there aren't.
Do you adopt your witness statement, your presentation, and by virtue of your witness statement, Specialist Assessment D as your evidence before this inquiry?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Hoxley, as the first witness, it is the first time we'll identify that, like all witnesses on whose evidence the proponent will rely, you've made in your statement a series of declarations in respect of your giving evidence from a remote location by video conference. They're contained in section 8 of your statement. Can you just confirm, having made those declarations, that you are currently in a position to comply and will continue to comply with them during the course of your evidence?
Yes, I can. I will comply with those. I'm in a closed room on my own.
Thank you. Can I ask you, Mr. Hoxley, at that point to open your presentation, table document 122, share it on the screen and take the committee to it?
Certainly. Let's see if I can get the screen share to work. All right. So can you see a slide that says expert witness presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Hoxley. Please carry on.
Good. All right. So I'd like to start with a bit of a summary of the work that is undertaken, and you would appreciate, having seen all of the documents, that there's been a fair bit done. So this is quite a summary. But as Mr. Forrester said earlier, I was the discipline lead for the groundwater and hydrogeology assessment for the EES central package of VMFRP. So essentially, whilst there was a team of people working on them, some of whom were noted in my expert witness statement, I led that team and had overall responsibility for it and the direction of the assessment of the effects, which is presented in my expert witness reports. So I oversaw the collection of data, the analysis, presented the assessments, did a lot of the review of the documents, also attended the TRG meetings, attended community meetings, and been pretty closely involved in all of the aspects of the presentation of the assessment of effects. Also for this hearing, I've reviewed the public submissions that came in, had a look at the relevant areas for groundwater, responded to those in my witness statement where they were relevant. But all the other material was done essentially under my control. Also, just referring back to my experience, I've had extensive experience in groundwater in the Mallee, Victoria and New South Wales around Murray River. It's an area that I am quite a specialist in. I've been working in that for many decades. And feel that I have a pretty strong understanding of the way that groundwater moves and behaves in this area, and has given a lot of advice to a range of organisations and authorities and agencies over the years on that very matter. And all of this is laid out in my CV. So to move now to an overview of the findings around the effects, the first thing to note is that there are quite similar conclusions regarding the groundwater effects of the proposed projects for both Belso-Yungara and Haddle North. And because they are two separate projects, that leads to a bit of repetition in describing the effects, but it's not accidental. The way that the groundwater responds in this area is fairly consistent, and so there are quite a lot of similarities between the expected response. Overall, there's expected an insignificant effect to groundwater values and or groundwater related processes as a result of the project. So whilst there are some changes that we've forecast, they are not regarded as significant, and they are consistent with the way that these systems operate at the moment. There is a dynamic nature of groundwater response to natural river fluctuations, floods, and ongoing processes. And so one of the things that when we talk about the current condition of the sites, for example, or the way that we expect the sites to be or behave in response to the projects, it is important to realise that this is a dynamic system. It's in a dynamic equilibrium. And perhaps a good way of linking this back to Mr. Kellerman's presentation yesterday when he talked about the heartbeat of the river and the way in which it responds and moves up and down. There is similarly a response in the groundwater. It's not a single thing at all times. We do expect that there is a small residual groundwater level change as a result of implementing the projects, mostly groundwater increases. As it's a dynamic system, there isn't a single number for that. It is in the order of a metre, but often less than 1 metre across the overall project, and outside of the maximum inundation area, well less than 1 metre change. There is also this pattern of rising and falling groundwater level associated with inundation events, both natural floods and managed inundation events. There's likely to be increased evapotranspiration, that is the use of water out of the soil and groundwater by deep-rooted vegetation. Overall, this is a benefit to water-dependent vegetation. So additional water available in groundwater or in the soil is accessible to vegetation, and where it's used, it promotes growth and biomass. There is also likely to be an increased groundwater return to waterways, and this will mobilise existing salts in groundwater. So where you have on a falling river, the groundwater returning back into the river system, it will carry with it the salts and other dissolved material that is already in the groundwater. We are not expecting any change in groundwater quality. recognising that it is a dynamic system and that there are small changes in groundwater quality in response to river level changes and flood events. But we do not expect these projects to change the range or the average of groundwater quality as a result of the operation of the projects. I'd like to now move to some key findings for each of the individual projects, having covered some overall the overall summary. We'll start with Belsi-Yungara. The Belsi-Yungara site, which is shown here, and the figures that I'm going to show today, as a matter of record, are out of the specialist assessment, and I put a note in the presentation where they've come from. But basically, the floodplain here is up to about 5 kilometres away from the Murray River. The sediments and the aquifers are considered reasonably well mapped. If you look at the black dots that are shown on the screen there, they indicate locations where we have groundwater information or aquifer information. And we consider that the floodplain aquifers in this area are reasonably well known. Groundwater monitoring has been undertaken in some of these bores for nearly 40 years. And we have a pretty good record of the way in which the groundwater system responds to river levels and other actions in the area. I have a cross-section here which shows what I mean when I talk about the upper aquifers and the alluvial aquifers that are of interest to the project. This figure is a relatively busy slide, but I'll try and work through it to show what it's representing. So if we start here with the little box on the right-hand corner, Mr. Forrest, can I just confirm, are you able to see my cursor moving here?
I am. Thank you, Mr. Huxley. Unless someone else jumps in, I'll assume that we all can.
Great, thank you. So in this little box here around the locality plane, we're showing the general area that this cross-section it represents. And there's a line across here going from the Murray River south of Robinvale across to the east through Boundary Bend, through the near Lake Carpel, and ending up to the east of the project area. So that line is represented here. On the other side here, you can see a bit more of a detailed picture of this. Now, sort of unhelpfully, this is inverted. So you've got the Murray River on the right-hand side of this section going through to the west, to the east over here, which is to the right-hand side of the project area. What we've then got underneath this is, if you can imagine a picture that looks through the ground. So it's a slice or a cross-section that might be taken through the ground, looking in the same direction as that figure over the top here. Now, the area of interest to us is the area that I've highlighted here in blue. There's two depictions of this. One of them is the more detailed one that I've got here in blue, but it's actually the same information shown on this summary cross-section underneath here, but it's summarised in a way for whilst all the detail is shown in the overlying one. I'll start with the summary one that's below, where the areas that are stippled or shown in dots represent the aquifers that are within the area, and just really the upper aquifers within the region of the project. There's quite a lot of aquifers that go down to around 300 metres depth at this area. But for reasons I'll explain in a minute, those deeper ones are not of interest to us. So there's a deeper regional aquifer called the Perla Sand, which is shown in stippled outline here. And then if you can see this relatively thin stippled line up here that represents the alluvial aquifer, this is a sand layer that underlies the project area within the floodplain of the Murray River, is restricted essentially to the floodplain of the Murray River, and was laid down by previous courses of the river over many tens of thousands to millions of years. This alluvial aquifer, sometimes called the Channel Sands aquifer, sometimes called the Coonambigal or Monument Formation in this, depending on which study you're looking at, is essentially the sand layer which is connected with the Murray River and the one in which there is the bulk of the groundwater movement immediately underneath the project areas. That's overlain by a clay unit or a finer grained unit, which in this case is referred to as the fine alluvium or the river alluvium. And if you're walking out over the floodplain, over these areas, it's this clay which essentially is the near surface sediment. So this is the in what we've seen in satellite footage, the pale grey material that overlies the aquifer. There are a couple of other features in here shown by some of these humps. These are sand dune features, and they will show up on aerial imagery more in a red tinge. Basically, the groundwater movement that occurs that's of significance in this area occurs in the channel sands. And we have a series of logs here that show the level of detail that we've got in nearby boreholes. But there's another feature in here which is also important, which is this unit called the Blanchetown clay. The Blanchetown clay is a regionally extensive clay unit that is relatively impermeable. It's not totally impermeable, but it's quite tight. It doesn't facilitate the movement of water. This clay lies between the Parilla sand, which is the regional aquifer, and the channel sands. The channel sands themselves are connected more directly to the river and to the creeks in the area, so say Nicoya Creek. And so for our purposes and for the purposes of looking at the effects of the project, the groundwater movement is into and out of this channel sands or upper aquifer. Whilst there are other aquifers in the area, because of the effect of the clays, they are not affected by the operations of the projects, and all of the movement of interest is in the pressure levels in this upper aquifer. You can see here on this cross-section there's a couple of black diamonds shown. They indicate the depth of groundwater, or the water table, in this area at the time that this cross-section was prepared. I make the point that this cross-section was dated in the late 1980s, and there has been a bit of movement between that and the current conditions. And so there may be a bit of difference between this and the other figures that I showed, but that's understood and allowed for and comes from the passage of time. So then moving from the cross sections and having explained the aquifers and understanding that our focus is on the shallow aquifer, now got some maps which come out of the specialist assessment that show the depth to groundwater, or the depth to that water table as an average in 2020. So they feel like the preceding conditions for the existing conditions for the project. On the left-hand side of the screen is a colour map that shows the depth to groundwater with more red and orange colours shown less than 2 and 2 to 5, showing depth to water table generally around 2 to 5 metres below the surface on the western end of the project area, going to 5 to 10 metres in the eastern end. For reference, the very lime green coloured shapes in here is the maximum inundation area for the project. Excuse me. On the right-hand side, we have essentially the same information, but shown in a slightly different way. And this shows the elevation of the top of the water table. So not the depth below the ground surface, but the level of it in metres above sea level for the water table through this area. And showing that the water table underneath the project area is relatively flat. It's influenced by the Murray River and by the floodplain creeks as well. But as a general rule, the groundwater in this area can be seen to flow perpendicular to these contour lines. So it's in a region which is generally towards the northwest. And in the immediate vicinity of the project is largely towards the river. Also on this diagram, there's another purple line shown, which is this one here, which in these figures is defined as the mapped edge of the alluvial aquifer. Again, and to link back to Mr. Kellerman's presentation yesterday, where he referred to the extent of the Murray Trench, and I also think Mr. White referred to that. That is essentially that area which has been cut out by the former rivers and then backfilled again, which contains the alluvial aquifer. So this alluvial aquifer of interest, the one that's going to most respond to project actions, is restricted to close to the river, like within that area of the purple line here. There are other aquifers outside that, but they're different aquifer systems. So the bulk of the effects are really limited to within this purple line. What are those types of effects and how have they occurred in the past? So groundwater does respond to river level changes, predominantly the changes in the Murray River, but also by extension changes to river level in Nicoya Creek and some of the other flood runners and anabranches that occur within the project area. This chart here on the left-hand side shows for a number of bores that are within the area. The bores themselves are shown where the numbers are on this figure on the right-hand side. So, for example, 26207, which is the dark blue line in here, is this bore over here. So you can locate those. And we have an important section line here going from 26265, which is the bore in orange, out to 6962, which is out at the edge of the alluvial aquifer shown in the light blue. So one of the features of these bores is that when you're closer to the river, the bores show a response to the river level. Each of the dots here represents a monitoring point. And one of the other features of this chart is that from the mid-1980s through to about the early 2000s, these bores were typically monitored monthly. After that, they then changed frequency, and so there are less frequent dots. The pattern is still recognisable, but we don't have the detail to in the more recent figures as that we do in the earlier pattern. But you can see here in the 1990s, there are a number of river levels for the bore that's closest to the river. There's a number of readings quite close to the river where the river level rose in response to a natural flood. The groundwater level responds to that, and then it drops away after that. You can see in these bores here that there's a more subdued response because of the monitoring frequency, but particularly the 2010-11 rainfall and flood events and the 2016 period, there's also a higher groundwater level in response to that, and it is again dropping away after those floods. In parentheses, I would note that what we would expect in response to the current events is that we would see a level popping up here that is similar to what we would have had in the area of the 90s, and then a corresponding decline again, which was probably just commencing as we speak at the moment. One of the other features of this area is to note that through a lot of the bores, particularly from around the mid-90s into around 2010, there was generally declining groundwater levels, and through the millennium drought, groundwater levels dropped away. With returning of some flood events, we've started to see those groundwater levels come back up again, and relatively consistent with the levels that we've seen in the 1990s as well. And so there's a pattern here of when it's dry and you don't get floods or overbank flow events, you have lower groundwater. If you get an event, then the groundwater responds, and then it will tend to decay away after that. Again, this pattern is quite typical of what we would expect to see in response to a managed inundation event, although all of these events are essentially natural events, ignoring the fact that the river is obviously a regulated river, but from the purposes of these ones, we don't have the structures in place that the project is proposing. To move now to groundwater quality does vary considerably across the project area. And while the chemical balance is similar, that is the ionic composition, the ratio of the different ions is quite similar, and groundwater has more total dissolved solids, it's really the concentration of the overall balance of that changes. So TDS gets greater as you move away from the river. And we interpret this as the effect of more regular river flows, flushing and connection to the river in those areas that are closer to the river. The figure that I've got here comes from a variety of sources. Not only are there the individual bores for which the coloured dots for each of the bores is shown on this map, but we've also had done through this area an airborne electromagnetic study that was done in the early 2000s, where the salinity level of both the soil and the groundwater was mapped using airborne geophysical techniques. This is a really valuable resource because it enables us to fill in between the actual bore points that we've got. And so all of the detail on this plot about what the groundwater quality is has been drawn from the electromagnetic survey that was done. We've reprocessed that information to align the salinity TDS for the purposes of the assessment of effects. So we've got some groundwater values and some ranges that we've looked at for vegetation water use. And the original study didn't present them in exactly that way. So we've taken that data and represented it here to show these TDS ranges, but it's essentially informed by that AEM information. So that's this colour grade that's shown here with the bore sites shown through there. So relatively fresh near the river, more saline as you get away from the river, up to quite saline around the edges of Lake Powell and Carpel in this area through here, and also a slightly more saline pod in the middle here through the water management area 1. I want to turn now to the effects of the project, the summary of the effects of construction. There's really only one structure in the proposed works area where the works are likely to intersect or materially affect groundwater, and that's the construction of the ER1 regulator, which is referred to as a large regulator. We expect that there will be dewatering of the groundwater around this regulator required to set the footings of the regulator into the ground. A typical approach for groundwater pumping would be to use sump pumps at the base of the excavation. I believe Mr. White gave you some pictures of what a cofferdam or maybe a sheet pile wall could look like that would be around this area that would hold back the creek, and then there would be an excavation. You would take water out of that excavation to keep the bottom part of the excavation dry, typically then pour concrete, and then as the structure starts to move up again, you would back off on the groundwater pumping, which would then the groundwater levels would rise. So construction dewatering, we've estimated at approximately a requirement of approximately 18 litres a second over an assumed 180 days of construction. I have to be clear here that this 180 days is the construction dewatering phase. If you allow for the fact that you've got to get on site, create laydown areas, and then clean up and go away, the total construction window might be longer than that. So you would have seen some figures in earlier discussion that the overall construction window might be longer. But this 180 days is the dewatering period that you would need to actually build the structure itself, and not all the ancillary period where you don't need to dewater. Disposal of groundwater could either be to the Murray River via Nakoya Creek or directly to the Murray River, or by infiltration and seepage. We expect that the groundwater salinity in the immediate vicinity of the structure is relatively fresh. It's certainly within the tolerance of vegetation on the floodplain as we understand it. But there are two options here. It would be also possible to dispose of that directly into the Murray with relatively little effect. And at this stage, I'll also point out a factor about the studies that we've got is that there's a bit of a baton change here between the groundwater assessment and then, say, the surface water assessment. So what we will have done is estimated the salt load and the flows that would be required for construction dewatering. That's then passed on to the surface water team, who then look at the effect of that in the Murray River. We're then aware of that effect and have made some statements about it in the report, but the assessment itself was done by the surface water team. So this is where this overlap or interplay between Dr. Treadwell's presentation and assessment and what I'm saying occurs. We've calculated what the removal or disposal requirements would be, and then the effect of that can be picked up talking about the to the surface water folk about the effect itself in the river, and Dr. Treadwell can address that more directly if needed. Key thing here though is that there are.
Pardon me interrupting you. I just wanted to note, largely for the committee's benefit, but also for yours, that we do have Dr. Treadwell listening presently. So if there are matters that you want to identify, either now or by way of responses to questions that come later, that might be matters for Dr. Treadwell, please do so, and you can do so in confidence that he's here listening. Can I ask you on the back of that interruption, in terms of the potential for disposal of groundwater to the Murray River, do I understand first that you're talking about groundwater in that alluvial aquifer that you were taking us to earlier?
That's right.
And do I also understand on the basis of the specialist assessment that that alluvial aquifer has a relationship with the Murray River in terms of how groundwater might relate to river water?
Yes, it's essentially hydraulically connected with the river already, so that there is an exchange between that alluvial aquifer and the river in normal course of events at the moment.
So does that mean if we're potentially disposing of groundwater associated with construction dewatering to the Murray River, that's groundwater that might end up in the river anyway, but might be disposed of to it more quickly than natural?
Yes, it's the same style of water. The question might be, is there perhaps a bit more of it that needed by the effect of the pumping for the short construction time? But in essence, your point's quite right. It's the same water that is in connection and capable of going back into the river, and the rate at which it goes in depends on the circumstances of the the weather and the and river flows.
Thank you. Please continue with your presentation.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, the key thing here is that there are options. It's not only one way that can go. There are options which are low impact or low effect that can be achieved. And so from the point of view of the assessment of effects, we don't see this as a barrier to the construction. The exact details of how that will be done and what will occur is part of the detailed construction assessment. For example, the water may be able to be used in part for watering for dust suppression during construction purposes, for example. But that's a matter that the detailed construction plan would address, knowing that this water is available. In absence of that, we see that there are effective ways of containing or disposing that water that don't affect the ability to construct the project. So moving now to the effects of commissioning and operation, and as a footnote here, you'd be aware that there's a construction, dry commissioning, wet commissioning and operations phase. From a groundwater perspective, dry commissioning has no effect, and wet commissioning, because it needs an inundation and water to be flowing through the structures to achieve, there is, from a groundwater perspective, essentially no difference between wet commissioning and operation. So the effects of wet commissioning and operation are bundled together in the things that I'm saying now. Managed inundation will cause water to infiltrate the soil and therefore to recharge the groundwater under the inundated areas. Noting also that this process occurs during flood events and not just during managed events. In response to that inundation recharge, we expect that groundwater levels will rise. In the key areas close to the rivers, it may be up to 1.5 meters, and predominantly beneath the inundation areas or the areas that are covered in water. There will be a slight freshening of groundwater immediately adjacent to the watercourses, well within 100 metres, probably typically within 50 metres, but in some particular locations, depending on the geology, it may go out to 100 metres. And following inundation, we expect that vegetation will use soil moisture and groundwater where the water is fresh enough to do so, and the vegetation can access that. And as a result, groundwater levels will decline as the vegetation will use that water, and also as groundwater flows back into the watercourses on the recession of the event. After the surface water levels drop, there will be a natural response for the groundwater to empty back into, say, Nakoya Creek or the Murray River. Overall, the effect of the project over time is likely to lead to a small increase in the average ground level compared to current conditions. And the reason for that is that particularly over the last 20 years with the millennium drought, the groundwater levels are relatively low. You've heard from others about the frequency of flood events and the fact that this project is all about trying to put more events into the floodplain to increase the frequency of watering. The response to that is that we can expect the overall groundwater system on average to be a little bit higher. We do not expect groundwater quality average to change, but noting that it is a dynamic system and so there will be changes during the events, but overall that pattern of groundwater, the distribution of it, the ionic salts, the balance and ratio, we do not expect to change. There is no process involved in managed inundation that is different from natural inundation that would cause a change in the groundwater chemistry. Flow back into the watercourses brings the salts that are already in the groundwater back into the Murray River system. That's either through the Anabanches or directly into the Murray. And so there is an increase in salt load in the Murray compared with the no project baseline. So if you don't do these events and the groundwater stays quiescent, then there is more salt if you have a pulse and it goes back into the river. It's not that this doesn't occur under natural floods, but obviously the project is intending to put more inundations into the landscape, and so there will be a response with those salts getting back. So what does that look like in pictures? We've looked at the effects and trying to pick up on where this might be a problem. And so we've characterised, say, the percentage of time where we would expect there to be a shallow water table across the project. And essentially, there is no area within the managed inundation area, within the project area, where we would expect that groundwater would become shallow to the extent of being a salinity risk or a waterlogging risk within the project. On this sheet, there are a few areas around here that are showing some within the range of 0 to 20% shallow water table, closely associated with the Murray River and around the creeks. But a 20% increase in the time that these areas are shallow is not regarded as a significant threat to the groundwater system, groundwater values, or receptors that are dependent on groundwater. There is an estimated change in vegetation water use, this evapotranspiration that would come from soil and groundwater. We have estimated what that will be from our assessment. So the chart here shows the ET increase cumulative over 15 years of the model run or the assessment that we did, showing the increase in metres. So if you can imagine, evapotranspiration is expressed as millimetres per year in the same way that evaporation would be, and similar to rainfall. So if you have more millimetres on an area that comes out as a result of vegetation, and you know the area over which that occurs, you can convert that millimetres into metres. So the scale here is the ET increase over 15 years in metres. And you can see that there are some areas that might end up with a couple of metres increase, mostly in the freshwater areas immediately adjacent to the Murray, and tend to be associated with changes in the river levels that would be required and excess of water vegetation that is already grabbing water out of the weir pool from Lock 15, which is in this area. But there would also be a slight increase as a result of that slight increase in the groundwater level. We regard this as a beneficial effect. Now, it's beyond my expertise to go into the biology of the trees and the way in which they might use that and respond to, except to note that the availability of water is a key determiner or factor that would enable vegetation to grow. And so this is indicative of the potential for additional growth in vegetation as a result of the project. Increased salt load will be carried back to the Murray River on the recession of an event. And in the case of this project, for a period of about 10 months or so, just under a year, compared to the current conditions. This salt load is accountable under the Murray-Darling Basin Plan. It's not a large salt load in the river, and this is a key point that I think will come up across all of the projects, that whilst the salt load needs to be accounted for, discussed and provisioned, the effect of that in the river is quite modest. And so the way in which the additional salts that would flow back into the river as a result of this project are proposed to be dealt with is through an offset. The offset is called the salinity credits. Those salinity credits are held under the Murray-Darling Basin 2030 salinity strategy, held by Victoria, and they are available to offset the impact of projects like these, but not only these. So in essence, the effect in the river following the event is negligible, and even once you allow for the offsets, is effectively null in the river. And this is further picked up in the surface water specialist assessment, as I described earlier. So conclusions for Belsa-Yungara. An insignificant effect to groundwater values or groundwater related process. The dynamic nature of the groundwater response to natural river fluctuations and floods will continue, and we expect a dynamic response to the project as well. We also expect small residual groundwater level changes, mostly increases, but the pattern of rising and falling groundwater will continue. We forecast increased evapotranspiration by deep-rooted vegetation, likely to be a benefit to that dependent vegetation. There's also going to be increased groundwater return flow to waterways, mobilising existing salts, but no change in the groundwater quality, with the dynamic groundwater quality situation persisting. That concludes the Belsa-Yungara component. I'd like now to turn to Hatter Lakes North. Again, emphasising that the style of the comments and the effects are very similar, so I may go through this one a little quicker than I did Belsa, having set some of the general principles. In the Haddalax North area, we have quite a wide floodplain that extends up to 10 k's away from the Murray River. Again, the sediments and aquifers are pretty well mapped. We have less bores than around the Belsa-Younger area, but still, given the nature of the sediments and their variability, we feel that the aquifers are well known in this area. A cross-section similar to the cross-section that I showed before. This one is just north of the National Park area, along an area, for those of you who know the region there, along Browns Road. So this cross-section shows a few key features similar. So with the Murray River over here on the right-hand side of the diagram and coming out towards the highway, the Calder Highway out to the west here, we have the channel sands, or the alluvial aquifer, underneath this area here. We then have Blanchetown clay persistent through this region, variable in thickness depending on whether you're under the Murray Trench or not. And then underlying that, the Parilla Sands, which is the regional aquifer, with the Parilla Sands getting deeper to the west. Groundwater level is relatively flat in this area. There is a slight difference in the Parilla Sand aquifer and the alluvial aquifer, generally downward in the region of this cross-section. But because of the presence of the Blanchetown clay, the shallow alluvial sands aquifer does not interact greatly with the regional aquifer. And it is the response in this alluvial aquifer which is the main thing of interest to us for this project. Groundwater is generally 5 to 10 metres below the surface, closer to the surface in low-lying areas, which are prone to flooding, but a little deeper than Belsa-Younger. The map on the left-hand side shows again the depth to water table, with the key feature being that it is slightly shallower, 5 to 10 metres. That's in these greens that are through the maximum inundation area, which is shown in the lime green. Hopefully you can see that colour difference through there. And then you'll see this sort of mottled effect of the deeper area. So this is the 10 to 20 metres. Largely, this is where we have sand dunes of mobile sand dunes that's sitting on top of the floodplain alluvial. And as these are higher in the landscape, the water table is deeper underneath them because the water table is generally fairly flat. To put that in terms of the groundwater flow, you can see these are contours of elevation, again, elevation above sea level within the aquifer. It's an interesting area, this. There are a few things going on. One, we have the general river trend, which has the groundwater flowing in towards the river or connected with the river away from the project areas. We have a bump here, a high groundwater area that's immediately north of the project areas. This is associated with the irrigation development that's occurred to the north of the project. This has an influence on the alluvial aquifer and has caused a groundwater mound in this region, which in essence pushes water into the project area and into the national park. And then there's also water that moves regionally out to the west. So there's a general, once you get outside the alluvial trench, these contours here are the water table that's in the Parilla Sand aquifer, in which there's flow going out towards Rark Plains, which is a regional discharge area to the west. But within the alluvial aquifer and within the project areas, the flow is either a bit coming in from the north or from these areas over towards the river. Again, groundwater responds to river level changes, both river level changes in Murray River and in Chalker Creek. So I have a series of bores here that show the groundwater level response. Key features out of this is that, again, during the 1990s, there were a series of larger inundational events or floods. The river groundwater levels respond to these. There was a generally higher groundwater level through here. So to give an example, if we look at this bore 7022, for example, which is a depth of 7 metres, through 1990 to 1996, it was sitting at around 40 metres AHD. It has then dropped away over time with a few responses to some flood events, and then has popped up again in more recent times with the return of slightly wetter weather and particularly more flows within Chalker Creek, for example, but still a little bit lower than what it was during the 1990s, even, and currently just prior to the recent event, we're sitting here at around 39 metres AHDs. General similar pattern across all of the bores in this area. Groundwater quality, again, varies across the project area. And again, the chemical balance is quite similar. The ionic composition is consistent across this area. but the total TDS does change. There is fresh water associated with the Murray River and a little bit associated with the Chalker Creek and corresponding also to this eastern Chalker water management area. Now, this is representative of the fact that this is a low-lying area that has typically had floods in the past where water has ponded, and so there is a bit more fresh water in the groundwater system around that. The extent of the detail in here is a result of the airborne electromagnetic survey that I reported about earlier. We have more information that goes out to the west that shows that the groundwater is quite saline, but we don't have the detail from the electromagnetics all the way over the project areas. But for example, in Lake Bulka, the expectation is that the groundwater is quite saline of 20 to 35,000 milligrams per litre or above 35,000 milligrams per litre. For reference, 35,000 milligrams per litre is around the quality of seawater. So the chemical composition out here under the Bulka water management area is expected to be at or around seawater quality or higher. For the Hatter area, there isn't a structure or proposed works which will intersect or materially affect groundwater. And the reason for that is that the groundwater is slightly deeper here than it is at Belsiungara, so typically 5 to 10 metres. The largest structures in this area compared to the groundwater level are all likely to be above groundwater level. And so we're not expecting any significant dewatering. So we have concluded there will be no groundwater effect of construction. To move to the summary effects of commissioning and operation, it's again similar to Belsiungara. We would expect that water will infiltrate the soil, recharge the groundwater under the inundated areas. It also occurs during flood events and is probably still occurring today as a result of the most recent inundation. So we expect groundwater levels to rise slightly. So looking at in response to a managed event, with slight freshening of groundwater immediately adjacent to the watercourses. And in this case, Chalker Creek is possibly the key one. Noting, of course, that the running of Chalker Creek is a function of the TLM project. And so you need to be careful to separate the fact that if there is an event in Hatter Lakes that is part of TLM and Chalker Creek flows as a result of that event, if the Hatter North piggybacks on the back of flows that are coming out of TLM and Chalker Creek would have been running anyway, there's essentially going to be no change in Chalker Creek itself, but there would be an effect of the additional inundation area that's associated with this project. So it gets quite complicated when you're talking about what's the effect of this project as opposed to the overall inundation, because some of those effects are going to occur because of the TLM watering anyway. Bulka's a slightly different case. Bulka, whilst it will pick up water coming out of Mornpool and from TLM water, doesn't at the moment have water going into that area. So those effects are more directly related to the likely project operations, noting, of course, that they're a much lower frequency than the Chalker area. Groundwater quality average is not expected to change. There will be some small changes around the water courses because that's where they're incised and they're directly connected to the aquifer. But where you're getting general over bank infiltration, we're not expecting the water quality average to change. Flow back into the water courses will bring salts already in the groundwater into the Murray River, resulting in increases of salts in the Murray River system, again, compared with the no project case. Essentially, this is only for the Chalker area because the Lake Bulka area, as the way it's assessed at the moment, is unlikely to return flow, and there isn't a deep carrier or channel that intersects the alluvial aquifer in the way there is with Chalker Creek. We're not anticipating salt load to come back from Chalker Creek into the Murray. If there is, I would expect it to be very minor and can be dealt with in the same way that the Chalker Creek salt load could be dealt with. So we're looking at areas of potential shallow water table. In here, I've got two plots which show a baseline. That is what we would expect to occur without the projects. And then a full implementation scenario, which is both Chalker and Bulka in water management areas operated at their intended maximum frequency. So noting that in adaptive management in the process of allocation of environmental water, the desired or maximum frequency may not necessarily be achieved. We've assessed it at the maximum frequency. So there are relatively subtle changes associated with those. And as you can see here, the main ones are, my apologies. The main ones here are associated with the operation around Chalker Creek and also the Chalker water management area and some small areas in and around the Balka area. What we would expect after an event, in keeping with the pattern that I showed previously, is the groundwater will be relatively shallow for a period of time, a number of months after the inundation event, and then it will recede and go back down to being at depth. So there is a small percentage of time where the water table will be a bit closer to the surface than it is at the moment, but this does not represent a threat to groundwater values, to the groundwater system, or to receptors. There is also an estimated change in vegetation water use resulting from full project implementation, and similar to the chart that I showed earlier, this gives an estimate of the ET increase over 15 years. This change and ET increase is dominantly to the east of the project area because of the quite salty groundwater to the west. There's relatively little capacity for vegetation to use that highly saline groundwater. Only some vegetation in limited cases can get water salinity that's, say, above 20,000 to 30,000. The specialist assessment has quite a lot of detail about the relationship between groundwater salinity and vegetation water use. We've incorporated those relationships into the assessment here. So we're showing the effect of those areas where we believe the vegetation can access groundwater. As I've said earlier, there is going to be increased salt load carried back into the Murray River for a period of about 6 months. Because the groundwater here is generally deeper, it recesses away from the creeks a bit quicker than, say, in Belsa-Yungara. So where I said to 10 to 12 months there, it's a bit shorter here. And so this salt load will then occur for a period of time immediately after an event and then cease. Similarly, with Belsa-Yungara, there is an allowance to manage this using the offsets or salinity credits that are held by Victoria. And the effect in the river, both locally and overall in the basin, is negligible and is picked up further in the surface water specialist assessment. So conclusions for Hattah Lakes North. An insignificant effect of the projects on groundwater values or groundwater related projects. The dynamic nature of groundwater response to river fluctuations and floods will continue. There is expected to be a small residual groundwater level change, mostly an increase, in the order of 1 metre underneath the main inundation areas, which is such as Chalker, but more often less than 1 metre over the bulk of the managed inundation area, and definitely much smaller than that outside that area. Increased evapotranspiration by deep-rooted vegetation, which is expected to be a benefit to the vegetation. Increased groundwater return flow to waterways, mobilising salts with that return flow, but no overall change in the groundwater quality and the dynamic system continues to persist. That ends my overview of the specialist assessment and the effects of the project. I'll now turn to the submissions and a summary of the submissions, which is in my expert witness statement. There was really only one submission that referred to the groundwater effects, which was related to Hattah Lakes North. And this was talking about the response of groundwater underneath in the shallow areas around a property to the north of the area. I've got a clip out of the specialist assessment, which is the same figure that I showed earlier, that shallow water table percentage, but I've zoomed in a bit onto that area in the north of Balka. We expect that there will be shallow water table develop in that area as a result of inundation. So the lowest points in the landscape are going to have shallow water table for a while. Eventually this will dry out and it will go away, but because the upper clays are relatively slow moving, there may be areas that have relatively shallow groundwater. There's another complication in this area that I referred earlier to the groundwater mound that's developed on the irrigation. This location and this property are quite close to extensive irrigation, under which there is a shallow mound in the groundwater system that is pushing groundwater south. So the effect of the project is to sit on the back of that and bring in groundwater a little bit closer to the surface, and for a slightly more extended period of time, because the groundwater is a little shallower. Because it's within the inundation area and would receive more regular watering as a result of the actions of the project, we're not expecting there to be an overall accumulation of salts in the soils here. It will fluctuate over time depending on what vegetation water uses and how evaporation takes water away from the shallow salts. But every now and again there will be, through an inundation event, a pushing of those salts back into the groundwater system. That is, in essence, a replication of the natural process. And this is one of the reasons why this landscape is so chock full of salt, and why, when you look at the EM data, for example, you can see layers and layers of quite a lot of salt in the soils around this area, which in essence is why salinity is such a focus within these areas, is because naturally these landscapes are quite full of salt, and they're full of salt through processes such as flooding, leaving water on the landscape and then leaving some of those salts behind. So yeah, we expect there to be a small change in the persistence of shallow water tables in this area. We don't expect it to have a detrimental environmental effect. And we do expect that it will be able to, it's not a barrier to the development of the project. We've also recommended monitoring to look at the development of this and to confirm that it stays within the ranges of response that we're expecting. I'd now like to turn to a bit of an overview of the RFIs that came from the committee. This is a bit of a synopsis, but there were a few key themes that came out of the question, out of the request for information. One of them was around contingencies, and these are my words here, but how could the project operation be changed if adverse groundwater effects were to occur? So this is part of the adaptive management response that was spoken of quite extensively in yesterday's hearings. There are a range of things that you could do to the operation of the projects that could change the groundwater effects. Remembering, we looked at and assessed the maximum effect. And so if you did less than that or something different than that, that also would change the effect. The obvious ones are to reduce the frequency of managed inundation in an affected area. So you could adjust an entire water management area or local areas, to some extent, small check banks or levies to exclude affected areas which were considered to be at risk or requiring specific attention. Reducing the frequency of inundation would reduce the amount of water that recharges groundwater, and so therefore probably also reduce some of the potential for evapotranspiration, but would also reduce the scale of any residual increase in groundwater from the projects as well. You could reduce the depth of inundation, so you may cover a similar area, but leave it there, have it slightly shallower. Again, for the whole water management area or parts of it, either in the extreme by a separate regulator or pump controls if that was really necessary. I guess the point I'm making is that there are a range of measures or actions that could be taken as part of an ongoing management and operation of these sites that could respond to areas which don't have an effect exactly as predicted. If that effect is regarded as adverse, it's not a take it or leave it matter here. There is reducing the depth of inundation will reduce the amount of groundwater of water that recharges groundwater, and so reduce the overall effect on groundwater. There was also some questions about cumulative salinity effects. What's the likely effect of all the projects on Murray River salinity? So noting that the EES West package is still under development and hasn't been finalised, I've got a chart here which is a similar one. In fact, it's the same numbers that is in Dr. Treadwell's statement. And so to this extent, again, we've got a pattern change here where I've got the numbers about salt load and where they're going, and the surface water team have got an assessment of the effect in the river, and then we're sharing those and acting on consistent information. But if you look at typical things like the minimum entitlement flow or the median historical flow, and then you look at the background salinity, for example, at the bottom end of all the projects at the South Australian border, you might say that typical background salinity of average historical flow might be around 130 milligrams per litre. But the expected contribution of all of the projects at the moment, the VMFRP projects, including the EES Central, may be up to a 25 milligram per litre change at that point, which would make the cumulative outcome on the Murray River up to 150 milligrams per litre. As I've already said, this would be dealt with by offsets, the use of salinity credits, which would apply savings that have been made elsewhere within the basin contributed to through the salinity management program that have resulted in improvements to the river. Those credits could be applied to this to allow for the effect of those. But regardless of how that is provided for by an offset, the effective 25 milligrams per litre in the river in total for the projects is modest. And further, the way that we've assessed the salt load effect on these is an upper envelope case. We have every reason to believe that the actual effects will be less than those that we've described here. And we have tried to characterise what we believe to be the upper estimate for salt load, as there are some technical uncertainties about the nature and the way in which the salt load comes in, and we've encompassed those uncertainties by providing an upper estimate. All in all, this is not concerning for the viability of the river, the health of the ecosystems, or for the salinity accountability from my perspective. I'm sure Dr. Treadwell can pick this up further in his presentation. And finally, I'd like to move to talk about environmental delivery standards. There are environmental delivery standards for groundwater dealing with effective construction and operation. Now, I do believe that they cover the management of the groundwater effects, particularly given the low level of effect that we've identified and the generally insignificant nature of those. So the EDSs were reviewed by the Berg and by TRG. It is important to note that those EDSs are underpinned by appropriate ongoing groundwater monitoring, and recommendations for monitoring have been made within the specialist assessment. It is necessary to monitor the groundwater response to confirm that it conforms with our forecast response. And I'd also further note that monitoring following the current flood, the one that's receding at the moment, is also likely to be very valuable for setting a baseline for groundwater behaviour in response to managed inundation, as well as other large events. Mr. Forrester, that concludes my formal presentation. Happy to, in your hands now.
Thanks, Mr. Hoxley. I'll just ask you to leave this slide on the screen for a moment.
Okay.
And just ask you a couple of questions that will occupy the last couple of minutes of our time estimate. The first is that this, I think, is the first time the Berg has been referenced orally in the course of this hearing, despite it's described in our written submissions, but that's the Biodiversity Expert Review Group. And I understand that included two hydrogeologists, I think Mr. Minimus and Dr. Nathan. You've referred to the EDS as being reviewed by that body as well as the TRG. Did the Berg play any other role in respect of the specialist assessment outside just the EDSs?
Yes, they did. So they reviewed an early version of the assessment. The Berg's specialists were also given an opportunity to comment on the methodology and approach that was taken for the work, the nature of the results and the way that the effects were presented. They gave some comments on those, both the proposed methodology and then the results at the end, some comments for consideration. We took the Berg suggestions into account in undertaking the assessment. So noting that the assessment is our assessment and was done at my direction, but that helpful insights and commentary was made by Berg. Berg at the end are comfortable with the results and the way that they're presented, as I understand it, and we received some written material to that effect.
Can I ask you, in terms of the last dot point then, you've referred to monitoring following the current flood and its value in terms of baseline information. Can you speak to any observations or data that exists today that you've had regard to or that you've viewed in terms of the current flood, such that you might provide something of an update in terms of your assessment and any implications?
Sure. So as you can well imagine, the current flood has been of particular professional interest to me, not just because we've got this hearing and this matter going at the moment, but also having spent many decades working in this area, it's really fascinating to see the way the system is responding to such a large event. So as has been said on a number of occasions, this is the biggest event since, say, 74, bigger than 74, not as big as 56. We didn't have groundwater monitoring going on that early, so we're really watching this one quite closely. Now, at the moment, I don't have any additional groundwater information from the bores after the event's too soon, but I have been looking at the salinities and the salt loads in the Murray River on the recession. And as you might expect, as the river levels recede, the salt salinity in the Murray is going up. And so the comment that I'd make here is when you look at that cumulative effect that we've got from the project, I think as of today at Euston Weir, the river is much higher than its pre-flood salinity as a result of all the things that are going on in the river and the salt that's washing off. So it provides a useful context in my mind for the nature of the effect of these projects or the scale of them in light of overall basin behaviour. So it's probably not appropriate, given I haven't put material down to talk about actual numbers, but my observation of the way that this event has proceeded and the way the results that we've seen so far doesn't give me any cause for concern about the results that we've issued here, and it's actually quite confirmatory of the way that we would expect the system to respond. But it's an evolving matter, and I hope to see more data in coming months.
In a similar vein, have you had the opportunity to review an email of the 17th of January from Ms. Fiona Murdoch in respect of the Ruckeldream Creek at the northern end of the Hatter North Lakes site, and the Ms. Murdoch's advice to the ISE that the levees that were present in that creek have either been overtopped or breached or removed by the natural flooding or deliberately? And presuming you have,
I have, yes.
Identify any observations or any implications of that change for your assessment.
So one of the things about the assessment was that we looked at the frequency of inundation in that part of the world, assuming that those banks had been in place. And so I think the observation that I have at the moment is if those levees remain removed or breached, I would expect that the groundwater system, particularly in the north, in the vicinity of that property and the creek, is likely to be a little higher if there are more events. But they will be the result of the run of river, if you like, and are essentially, as I understand it, independent of the project. What I would expect, though, is that the frequency of applying a managed event, so that's the decision to make an environmental water, may be reviewed if there's more natural events getting into that area. So I would have expected that the frequency of events fed, or as a deliberate decision to water, may be a little less than we've modelled. And so overall, at the end of the net change, that if you've got a contribution from both normal river level or natural river level events and then some managed events, I still feel comfortable that the overall assessment we've got of the residual change of the combination of those two is likely to be similar to what we've forecast, because I can't really see, given the target frequencies for inundation of Lake Bulka, that there would be a need to make an operation or to apply environmental watering as frequently as the maximum that we've assessed. Given, of course, that in all the project plans, they've noted that it's up to a certain amount, and in doing our assessment, we've gone, it is that maximum amount. And so if they do less than that, it's consistent with the project description. but then becomes a decision on an operational basis year by year as to whether water is needed in that area. So long and short of that is that I feel that the result of all of that would be that the residual groundwater response in that area is likely to be similar to what we've forecast within the assessment.
And finally, there were questions in the course of introductory presentations in respect of the potential for there to be certain confined or small areas within the maximum inundation extent to basically end up in circumstances of managed inundation as small islands or bits of land that don't have water overtopping them in any given event. Do you have are there any observations having regard to the scope of your expertise in respect of those matters that you've, in respect of which you've expressed opinions, for example, about evapotranspiration or any other matters having regard to the potential for there to be high spots like that aren't underwater?
Yeah, it's a good question. The landscape in there is quite complex and in detail. You know, as you go down and look closer and closer, you can see micro variation in the topography and the elevation. And these are going to be important if you've got a flood that comes through that goes up to a given level. Little ups and downs and valleys and rises and falls within the landscape are going to dictate exactly where the water goes. So the first thing to say is that the elevation models and the information that's available around the ground elevation is pretty good. For example, the LiDAR and information that I'm aware of is down to about a metre level. So that means that I think we're aware of and have allowed for all of the major features. So we're not going to see large islands or areas in or out of the inundation area that have been overlooked because of the lack of data. So we're talking about micro scale or smaller effects that are around that are at the edges of that are to do with the detail of the topography. Now, what will happen is that there will be a degree of seepage laterally out of the ponded water or the water that's sitting on the floodplain during an event, and there will be some sideways movement. At the big picture scale, it's relatively small. It might only be a matter of a few metres, say 10 metres or so. But when we start talking about these micro features in the landscape, if you have a small pod of sand that's sitting in a clay and it doesn't quite get over top, there still is a potential for water to move sideways and provide water resource. So if you have a black box, for example, sitting on a sand lens that doesn't actually get water over the top of that at the tree itself, that doesn't mean that you wouldn't be able to have water available for its root system having come laterally through the side of the water. But it's a micro scale picture. It's not a large scale movement. So I don't think the lack of immediate precise detail about those micro elevation changes invalidates in any way the observation that we've made about the watering and the value of the project. But at any detail, there obviously will be nuance in the way in which the ecosystems respond as you would expect.
Thank you, Mr. Hoxley. Madam Chair, I've taken a few minutes to go through those additional matters, and I trust that's helpful to the committee to have Mr. Hoxley provide his views in those respects, and that is the evidence in chief.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forrester and also Mr. Hoxley, for your evidence. We will have a break now before we come back for cross-examination, and I'll just run through the order of cross-examination so parties are ready when we return. So we'll start with Environment Victoria and then followed by Friends of Nyavunifera Park. So both with an estimate of approximately 15 minutes of questions, depending on whether they've been resolved through the evidence in chief. And then we will have some questions from the committee as well. So we'll break now for, we'll make it just over 15 minutes. So we'll come back at 11, that'll make it 11:50. Thank you. See everybody soon. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. And I'll just ask if Ms. Hogan from Environment Victoria could please put her camera on. And we'll move straight into questions of cross-examination. I can see that your hand is up, Ms. Hogan. Ms. Hogan, I can see that you've turned your off mute as well.
Yes, thank you, Chair. We're just having some difficulties turning the camera on. I wonder if that might be an issue with permissions.
It may be. I'll just ask if the team could quickly have a look at that, please.
Thank you.
There we go. Fantastic. We've got you on camera.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ms. Hogan. And I'll, Mr. Hoxley is with us, so I'll hand directly to you, Ms. Hogan, to ask your questions.
Thank you, Chair. And good morning, Mr. Hoxley. Thank you for your presentation this morning.
Good morning.
My first question relates to evapotranspiration, which you've spoken about in some detail, and there is quite a detailed explanation in your specialist assessment. Specifically, you've identified that key residual effects for both floodplain sites are increased evapotranspiration from large and deep-rooted vegetation. And you've noted that this is expected to be a benefit to water-dependent vegetation. And during your presentation, you spoke about modelling that was done, mapping the cumulative impacts or increase in evapotranspiration over the next 15 years. Just to clarify, is it correct to say that the presence of very large, deep-rooted vegetation helps to maintain groundwater levels and lower salinity levels across the floodplain?
It's not almost correct, but not fully correct in terms of lowering salinity levels or maintaining. It certainly have an influence on the groundwater level. That influence is restricted to where deep-rooted vegetation can access groundwater. So there are parts of the study areas of the projects where deep-rooted vegetation effectively can't access groundwater because it's too saline. So obviously there's no effect there. Deep-rooted vegetation, largely trees is what we're talking about here. So the red gums and black box, for example. So deep-rooted vegetation will take water out of the groundwater system and leave the salts behind. That's actually one of the processes by which the salts have built up in the landscape over time. So when you say that trees control salinity, it's not quite right. They will change the groundwater level, but the salts tend to stay behind. And so there is a bit of a cycling or a moving of salts back into the landscape. They have an influence on what the salinity levels are at time, but perhaps control is too strong a word.
Thank you, Mr. Hoxley. Following on from that, as you would be aware, there is a proposal by the proponent as part of these projects to remove approximately 700 large or very large trees at Belsa Yungara and approximately 150 large and very large trees at Hatta Lakes North. To what extent were you asked to consider, or did you consider the removal of that vegetation in your assessment, specifically in relation to evapotranspiration?
We haven't tried to model or include the removal of individual trees, but the way in which the evaporation controls have been put into the model is that we've been fairly careful to try and give a balanced and reasonable approximation of the aerial average that would be taken out by typical vegetation cover. So there will be individual differences across the floodplain based on the actual canopy cover, how many trees there are. We've used some averages which are suitable for each of the project areas. So I'm not concerned, for example, that by taking a bunch of individual trees out, that is going to materially affect the evapotranspiration estimates. I think that as an aerial average across the projects, what we've used is quite good. It will be higher in some areas and lower in the others. The other thing that we didn't try to do was to incorporate, for example, the additional water could give more biomass or more canopy cover. So, for example, over 20 years, as you get more sapling recovery or growth coming back into the area, you might expect more evapotranspiration area, as well as the fact that water can be taken out. And we haven't tried to allow for the additional leaf area cover, for example, that comes in. So those two effects sort of balance each other out. I'm comfortable with the aerial average. Again, the next step from that is to say, well, what is the biological benefit of that? And I'm stopping short of saying what the benefit is, other than to note that more water available should lead to more growth. But I would not be concerned that the removal of those trees would invalidate or materially affect those estimates.
Thank you, Mr. Oxley. You potentially answered my next question, but is it possible that the removal of those trees would increase the need for drainage across the floodplain?
No, not materially. Locally around each individual tree, you might have a slightly different water table response, but many of those large trees are closer to the water courses. So there's another underlying effect that comes from movement in and out of the water courses. It is a complex relationship, but changes in individual trees are not something that has been specifically factored in. So no, I don't think we'd be likely to see more, for example, return salt load going back into the river. Where the tree's removed, there may be a slightly higher groundwater level over time, but then I would expect also that recolonisation by other vegetation would then start to compensate for that over the long term as well.
Thank you. And has there been any contemplation of how that will be monitored going forward that you're aware of?
So there isn't anything specific at the moment that I'm aware of about individual tree water use as part of these projects. So the overall average and the response of groundwater in particular areas is being monitored by bores. They tend to give an aerial average of what the overall aquifer's doing. There is provision for individual specific issue monitoring. I think Mr. Kellerman spoke about that there might be monitoring initiatives. I'm not actually aware of any being proposed at the moment, but I also don't think that they're ruled out. If it was felt that there was specific risks that needed to be addressed, then that type of monitoring exists, is possible and could be factored in, I would expect.
Thank you, Mr. Oxley. My next question relates to construction methods. In your assessment at section 3.8, specifically looking at limitations, you've noted that a detailed description of the construction methods and approach was not available, and an assumption was made that general industry practice would be followed. You've also noted that construction methods are not expected to affect findings because the assessment has tended to overstate likely impacts, which you've emphasised in your presentation this morning.
Yes.
Would you agree, though, that construction methods are relevant to the overall assessment of risk of groundwater contamination and cumulative impacts?
Yes, to the extent to which we would expect that the construction environment management plan would deal with the specifics of what they were proposing to do. I'm also aware that there are industry standard and well-recognised controls that can mitigate those risks to acceptable levels. And I don't see anything in the construction of these particular features that is outside of the controls that industry, that are available in these areas. There have been a number of water retaining, regulating and environmental structures built in this part of the world over many years, and none of them have any history that I'm aware of either contamination or adverse effects of groundwater that would lead me to believe that it's uncontrolled or problematic.
Thank you, Mr. Hopsley. And on that note, in relation to existing infrastructure at Hatter Lakes North that was delivered under the Living Murray program in 2014, were you provided with any relevant data or information arising out of ongoing monitoring of that site in relation to groundwater quality?
I'm sorry to interrupt, and I don't object to the question. Just seek to clarify this relates to existing infrastructure at Hatter Lakes South, not Hatter Lakes North, where there is no.
Oh, yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Forrester.
So to just check that I understand the question, you want to know whether it was given groundwater quality information for Hatter Lakes South. Is that the question?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Yes. So yes, we were. We requested all of the groundwater quality information that is available for those areas, and we were provided with whatever has been recorded. As a footnote, it is all publicly available as well, so there isn't any sort of extra information. Water quality information is, it comes in a couple of different types. It's worth commenting. So the bulk of the water quality information in this area is around the salinity. That's usually measured in terms of EC, which is a surrogate to TDS. There are lesser or fewer records of the overall ionic balance. They do exist, but they're not as frequently taken. I'm aware of all of those, and as part of our assessment in Hatter Lakes North area and adjacent to Hatter South, we also did some additional sampling, which is presented in our report. So yes, I asked for it. I don't believe there's any additional information out there that we weren't privy to. We have everything that's available.
And to what extent did that material include information in relation to unintended adverse impacts in particular?
Well, no adverse impacts were identified in either groundwater quality or level as part of the assessments of the TLM. I had gone through all of the seasonal watering reports for the last few years, looking specifically for that. It's also fair to say that it's not comprehensively reported either. There are some passing references to groundwater levels and areas of perhaps shallow water at some sites. But the main groundwater monitoring and salinity record is from the ongoing baseline groundwater monitoring, which is conducted by the CMA.
Thank you. My next questions relate to salinity. You've referred to salinity credits in your presentation, and in your specialist assessment, in the conclusion, you've stated that the only cumulative effect of the projects that has been identified is the potential for contribution of salt to the Murray River, and that this is a minor increase at the sites, but is expected to be accountable in the overall Murray-Darling Basin Salinity Management 2030 strategy. You've also noted that whole of basin processes are underway to account for this effect. Could I just clarify, when you refer to whole of basin processes, is that a reference to the MDBA's register of salinity credits?
Yes, it is, and the associated protocols and activities that surround the maintenance of the registers.
Thank you. And have the salinity credits that will be required for each of the floodplain sites as part of the VMFRP, each of the 9 floodplain sites been calculated, or is it just Hatter and Belsa-Yunga at this stage?
Yes and no. So the process that are referred to as the basin-wide process involves the identification of preliminary or initial estimates of what that salt load credit requirement might be. Those preliminary estimates have been done. They've been tabled with MDBA through the BSM 2030 process, and they sit on the table as being the best estimates at the moment as to what the credit requirement would be. The following stage for that, which I also allude to in the report, is that at the point at which works are constructed and are in effect, there would be then a further detailed assessment done to account for the actual effects of the works as constructed. So at the moment, there's a sort of a hiatus without knowing exactly what is going to be built, because it's subject to this process and a whole bunch of other things. A detailed assessment hasn't been done. It's recognised that it needs to be done, and it will have to be done in order for the amount to be put on the registers. But as yet, it's not finalised. So officially, the overall effect in the river, say at Morgan or at for the registers, doesn't actually exist until that future work is done. So I've given an estimate in our report, but it's an unofficial estimate in the context of that formal process. So yes, the preliminary estimate is there. Yes, the jurisdictions have agreed that they have sufficient credits available to be able to deal with the level of preliminary effects that have been identified, and they await the formal assessment at the appropriate time.
Thank you, Mr. Hoxley. And my final question. As you would be aware, the suite of sustainable diversion limit projects proposed in Victoria as part of the Basin Plan includes constraints relaxation projects, which it's proposed that they utilise natural flooding events to enable inundation for longer periods and at greater frequencies. To what extent, if any, were you asked to consider, or did you consider constraints relaxation projects in your assessment in the context of potential cumulative impacts, given that they are proposed environmental watering projects in the region, particularly in relation to Belsa-Yungara?
Yeah, that's a complex question. So they are considered or anticipated, if you like, within the assessment they've done, but there's not a formal element that we can pull out that says, oh, this is the effect of constraints project. So to be really clear, we have not assessed the effect of a constraints project on, say, Belsa-Yungara or Hattah. However, I would note that in order to be able to deliver more water and higher levels in Belsa-Yungara, in absence of weir pool manipulation, and this project does not propose weir pool manipulation, so the only way that you can get a higher river in this part of the world is to push more water down the river. The constraints that stop you from doing that are largely upstream of the project area. So if there are a series of constraints relaxations that are achieved, one would expect that the river would be able to be directed to flow higher for longer. That's actually the circumstance that we've considered, that the river flows higher and for longer. In absence of that, if the constraints don't work, the other side of that coin, how do you get water on that floodplain? Well, Mr. White referred to this the other day when he talked about the potential for temporary pumping and other works to be able to lift water out of the river in the absence of a higher river elevation that would be needed to drive these by gravity. So where these projects are supplied by gravity, the effect of that additional flow in the Murray is incorporated in the assessment that we've made. Where constraints is not relaxed and you need, and therefore the higher river flows are not achieved through that, the projects can still go ahead. They would go ahead in a pumped way with less Murray River flows. The effect interchange with the Murray would be less than we have estimated, and hence another reason why we have stated that the impact that we're talking about from a salinity and water level is an upper estimate, because if this was a pumped only scheme without changes in Murray River level, there's likely to be lesser groundwater effect as a result of the projects. But we have assumed that the Murray River flows are changed in order to drive the projects.
Thank you, Mr. Hoxley. That was my final question. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I'll ask Dr. Kelly if she could please put her camera on and join us. Great, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Kelly. So I'll hand to you to ask your questions of Mr. Hoxley. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Oxley, thank you for your evidence. I wanted to ask, if you go back to figure 5, all I could see was it was called figure 5.6 in your presentation. And I wondered if we could refer to the light blue line on that. I'll wait till you get it. The light blue line of dots there. I was wondering, I had two questions about that graph. Why is there less bores in more recent years, or less readings? Could you?
Well, so there's been less readings because with a consistent pattern of record that have been available over 20 years, it was decided by the people who monitor this area that the detail of the previous years was not required, and I believe for cost and management efficiencies they scaled the program back. It wasn't my choice. I'm only reporting that on second or third hand advice. I do note that these bores are managed by the CMA, so I would expect that this was a CMA decision. Well, it's also worth saying that I don't think that that change in frequency has not materially affected our assessment. As a scientist, I like the detail in the earlier ones, and I'd like to see that continue, but it's not detrimental to our assessment and forward projections that there's less detail in the latter part of the record.
Yep, I can't quite see the scale of how often they monitored in a time.
They're typically quarterly now.
Yep, so every
3 months.
3 months, yep. Okay, thank you. My second question was the other question about that one was, how can you explain how irrigation expansion over that time scale has changed any of those lines?
Yeah, so certainly in the period from the mid-2000s onward, there's been quite extensive irrigation development in the vicinity of these bores, including within the alluvial trench here. So I don't have a satellite image to show, but if you look at the satellite imagery, you'll see that there's irrigation development at a property over here that's south of the Murray Valley Highway, but north of the trench. So there are areas in here that are immediately adjacent to irrigation. If I can use a crude approximation, irrigation has an effect on groundwater that is a supercharged version of inundation. So the amount of additional recharge that you get under irrigation in these areas would be quite a lot more than you would have from managed inundation on these sites, and you can start to see the signature of that additional recharge. So this rise in groundwater for this area here through to there, and then sort of a peaking and then a gradual decline. I attribute this to the development of irrigation in the late 2000s, particularly its initialisation, and then settling down as the irrigators have got their water management regime more tightly controlled.
Yes, thank you. Second question is, how is the groundwater flow relevant? You were talking about on one of the images how the groundwater flows towards the river north-south. How is that?
Yeah, look, it's relevant because if you're trying to work out what the effect of a project or something is, that you've got to consider not only the groundwater, what happens in the groundwater, but also what are called receptors of groundwater. So where is the groundwater going and where is it going to pop out? That's sort of a question that you need to ask. So groundwater flow is relevant because that tells you the direction, for example, that salts and or flow may appear in the landscape. And the key point that I wanted to make with that is that there is a general trend towards flow towards the Murray River and the creeks. And so therefore that is where we would expect that if there's going to be a change in groundwater behaviour or an effect as a result of a change in groundwater behaviour, that they would appear at those locations as to where groundwater is flowing. So it's relevant to that extent.
Yep. And just following on from that, referring to the map about groundwater level, why is it showing more shallow groundwater around the edge of the lakes in Hattah? There were red dots around the lakes.
Oh, yes. So the reason for that is because the lakes are actually low points in the landscape. So the groundwater is reasonably flat, but as the as you go down in towards the lakes, you end up with the lakes themselves are much closer to groundwater and naturally. And then as the events, so let's say had a TLM, for example, as the TLM watering's gone on over time, there's been a bit of leakage out of those lakes that's caused the groundwater to rise up a little bit. And some of the dots that are around there are a bit of an artifact of a cutoff that we've drawn. So if you have a groundwater level that's, say, 2.5 metres below surface generally around those lakes, if it comes up 200 or 300 mil, it might then go over the limit of 2 metres, which we've set for adding up the effect. So a lot of that change that you're seeing in that figure around Hatter Lakes is a result of the fact that the groundwater there is already quite shallow and getting close to the surface as a result of the fact that those lakes exist and have been inundated. And there's likely to be a slight change in those, which will bring it over the reporting thresholds that we've chosen. So that turns up as slightly more red dots around features which are low in the landscape.
And is that currently having a negative effect, or could it in the future have a negative effect on vegetation?
There's a slim possibility that it could have a negative effect. It isn't at the moment. So again, coming back to a question I was asked earlier about the monitoring and adverse effects, there's no reported adverse effects in vegetation as a result of the shallow water, and largely because it's fresh water that's put into these lakes, and so it's actually providing a resource, a soil water resource in that area. These areas that may have a shallow water table have been identified as part of the project, and they've put on a watch list, if you like. So there's some information. We've already done some preliminary transects in vegetation in those areas to get a baseline to say, well, this is what it might look like. We're not expecting that it will change because it's being fed by water that, as I said, fresh water and inundation that's helping the vegetation in that area. But recognising that it is a change, we've put it on notice, if you like, and it's an area that's of interest and would continue to be monitored.
Yep, and which authority does that monitoring?
Well, the CMA does that, is responsible for that. They get various contractors and others to do it at various stages, so I don't know exactly who does it.
Yeah. My third question is, fourth question is, with irrigation expansion and changes in vegetation in response, there has been over the years noticed in some of the red gum changes due to the water table in regard to different plants proliferating at the expense of others, whether it's having an effect on the red gum trees and their health, whether it's causing plants like cherry bellart to grow. So how does irrigation expansion and this transition, we're really at a transition area between the floodplain and then irrigation, both on the floodplain and on the higher sand areas. How do they interact, and firstly, how does we've seen those changes already. There hasn't always been the detail in the data available, but can you comment on that?
Yeah, sure. So a couple of points to make. The first is that irrigation development and growth within this region is the subject of a number of controls and policy that are essentially outside of the scope of the VMFRP projects, but they are an existing feature and they're there, and we know that they exist. So like, for example, in the Hatter area where I spoke about, I said that the irrigation to the north of the park area has had an influence on groundwater. In undertaking our assessment, we have allowed for the ongoing and continued effect of irrigation within the area. And it's factored into the assessment. So all the assessments that we give are the changes on top of what the irrigation is doing. Having said that, in this area, by far and away, the bulk of the irrigation, in this area is outside of the Murray Trench and is in different aquifers and ground to where the project is, Belsa Younger in particular. So there's quite limited effect of irrigation directly on the alluvial aquifer around Belsa Younger. But nevertheless, the effect of the irrigation on the groundwater systems there has been allowed for in the assessment we've made. So we've assumed that business as usual for irrigation will continue as we've assessed the effect of the projects on groundwater. I note as a footnote there, though, that there is currently a moratorium on new diversions of water out of the Murray in this part of the world. And so the potential for future irrigation growth has quite a significant question mark over it, but that doesn't deny the fact that there is a lot there currently and that will more than likely continue.
Yes, and also we have to factor in the expansion on the New South Wales side. Mr. Hoxley, sorry, that was more a comment. Mr. Hoxley, I was a councillor on Swan Hill Rural City 20 years ago, and I've just been put back onto it. So I'm really quite interested in this groundwater area and that interaction of the land and the water. So sorry if I'm getting a bit drilling down a bit deeply here, but have you advised on land use change and, for instance, the expansion of almond farms and any? Have you seen any significant threats or problems come up in that time of your work in this area in groundwater? And
Dr. Kelly, if I could just clarify just trying to get a better understanding of the intent behind the question that you're asking in terms of the matter that's before the committee.
Well, from the data that Mr. Hoxley has presented, you can see that, you know, the groundwater does have an effect. You know, there's the interaction of the irrigation, which is right up next to these projects, these areas. Already in the north part of Hattah, there's that bulge. Was that the word you used, Mr. Hoxley?
It's a groundwater mound.
Mound. And I suppose I'm asking Mr. Hoxley for his opinion from his long time of working in this area. You know, how is this going to continue to interplay, that irrigation and that effect of the expansion on the groundwater, and now this change in the way that these projects are going to work, and looking forward, you know, it's not.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. I think I understand your question. Mr. Hoxley, you're welcome to answer to the extent that you're comfortable within your area of expertise.
Sure. So original question was, have I looked at and advised on land use change in areas? I've done a lot of work over the years here on the effect of irrigation and land use change within the Mallee. Most of the advice has been provided to agencies and government, a small amount to developers, but it's really quite minor. The bulk of my focus has been on providing advice on the effects of that. So I'm pretty familiar with the way that irrigation develops in this area, what its effects are and how the groundwater responds to it. Having said that, I think for the purposes of this assessment, we have allowed for that ongoing underlying change to groundwater that's resulting from foreseeable irrigation effects when considering the projects. So there isn't a multiplier effect that is being left out here. So I think you're sort of digging behind your question a bit. You may be concerned that that without allowing for the effective irrigation, it could be worse than we've identified here. I want to assure you that's not the case. We have included the impact of groundwater changes outside of the project areas to the extent to which they would occur and interact with the project in understanding the effects of the projects. So I don't really want to go into a long discussion about the effective irrigation growth specifically, except to assure you that to the extent to which that has an effect on our assessment, it is included in the assessment, and therefore its existence doesn't change the conclusions that we've reached.
Yeah, thank you. I suppose what I'm getting at is we already know what's happening in many areas. So can we use that, and rather than prevent problems happening, learn from what we've already done and what we've already seen? That's where I'm getting at. The question.
Well, Madam Chair, can I ask that if that's a question or a proposition to which Mr. Hoxley's asked to respond, that's put to him rather than it being left?
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Yes, I agree. So I just ask you to refrain from comments to Dr. Kelly. Your questions have been very clear, thank you. But if you could just refrain from commenting, if there was a direct question for Mr. Hoxley, I'll just get you to rephrase that. Thank you.
No, I think I'll just move on because I can't remember what I said. Number 5 is, in the context of rapid irrigation expansion in the area, what and the different data that you've presented is quite limited to the 80s, the 90s, the 2000s. Do you have any concern that we're not looking at pre-irrigation, pre-colonization kind of data, that we're not, you're using the norm as such a limited time period to then be making your projections and models?
No, I'm not concerned about that. I am aware of the distances of pre-European settlement and the effects of clearing in this landscape. But it is really important to recognise that these project areas, and say, for example, Belsa-Yungara, are a highly modified and managed environment. We understand that they're different from what they were pre-settlement and pre-development, and it is a whole range of things could be said about that transition, but that is not where we are at the moment, and that is not the basis on which these projects would proceed. The river exists, river management exists, and in particular for Belsa-Yungara, the Lock 15 exists. They are the dominant features from a groundwater perspective that need to be considered when you look at the effects of the project. And I don't think it's appropriate or helpful to try to go back to pre-settlement times, because it doesn't affect the likely assessment of the likely effects of these projects. So I'm well aware of it, but no, I have no concerns about dealing with the period that we've dealt with.
Okay. Question 5, can the water that's taken out during the construction, you said it's going to be highly saline, and you're going to put it back in the river. Is there any close by salt pans or lakes that it could be taken to? Or is that...
So just need to correct you there. There are areas of highly saline groundwater in the project for Belsa-Yungara we're talking about now. We're excluding Hatter Lakes North. However, the structure which would need dewatering is on Nicoya Creek, sitting in an area that is actually relatively fresh groundwater. So no, it's not quite saline. It's relatively fresh. It's not as fresh as river water directly, but it's still relatively fresh. And so the disposal options of either irrigating or disposing to land nearby or putting into the river are enabled by the fact that it's relatively fresh. No, I don't think that disposal of it to a holding basin or an evaporation basin would be preferable to disposal to the river. I would make a comment that when you look at a lot of the environmental regulators that have been built over the years, such as the Haddalax pump station, the Mullaroo Creek regulator and the Chihuahua regulator. In fact, this is exactly the approach that the constructors have used to deal with the water that they need to dispose of because of the nature that they're in a watercourse. So that would seem to me to be the most appropriate disposal method of any dewatered water.
Okay.
Dr. Kelly, could I just do a time check with you to see how close you are to the end of your questions?
Yeah, this is my second last question.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Hoxley, what about when there's, say, black water? Does that, and just say, I mean, we've just had a massive black water event or toxic water event. If they say is a black water event in these projects when they're constructed and active, will that have any interaction with groundwater?
Not really. So first thing to note is blackwater events occur all the time on these landscapes. They've occurred in the past. They will continue to occur in the future. The groundwater system that we have out there at the moment is the culmination of a whole lot of events, including blackwater events. I'm straying to the edges of my area of expertise here talking about blackwater, but my understanding is that those events are essentially one of low oxygen. And so therefore, when you've got aquatic life in those areas, they struggle with the lack of oxygen. Now, you don't have that aquatic life within the groundwater system. The groundwater system are generally very low dissolved oxygen anyway. And so it's not a process that's of concern for groundwater. And in any event, what we see in the groundwater now is the culmination of exactly those types of events over the years.
Yep. And in regards to, say, the interaction of shallow groundwater, runoff, nutrient runoff from farms, is there any danger there?
No, there's no specific danger as a result of the projects from those features. I mean, there are a range of risks in the landscape that could have escapes. I mean, if an irrigation holding or adjacent landholder does something untoward on their land that exists and is unaffected by the projects, there are other controls in place. There's no reason for me to believe in any way that groundwater is more susceptible or more at risk as a result of these projects to those type of events. That's a separate matter. So no, I don't see a compounding effect of those in this area, given the history of this landscape and the intent of the projects.
Thanks, Mr. Hoxley. Last question is, you know, your detailed presentation was a lot of projections and modelling. What if you're wrong?
Yeah, so there's a couple of things. This is where the adaptive management approach comes in, and monitoring is important. So I think I addressed this question when I was referring to the committee's RFI. So the question, it's about contingencies really. What happens if the effect is greater or less desirable than we assess? How could you respond? Well, you can change the way in which the project is operated to address particular areas of focus. Is there a chance that the projections are so manifestly wrong that it could be a very untoward outcome? No, the likelihood of that is vanishingly small, because we are dealing with events for which we have direct historical analogues. This is not like a development where you go in and say, we're going to do something in the landscape in here which has never been seen before. That is just not the way these projects are. These projects are a watering that is controlled and contained in an area that naturally waters itself. It's a limited part of the landscape. The MIA is not the full floodplain. It's a part of the floodplain. So in the first sense, there's a scale restriction on that. The second is we have directly analogous events that we can draw on, and the history of those that we've used to inform our models and projections. So I feel very confident that we have controlled and contained the scale of possible outcomes. Nothing in life is 100% certain. So for that tiny little fraction where something mightn't go quite as we expect, we have monitoring, we have adaptive management responses and EDSs, which are designed to deal with those. So I think the project includes the controls and ability to respond if for some reason our estimates are wrong.
Thank you. And I hope to talk to you again another time in another place.
Thanks for your
Thank you,
question.
Dr. Kelly. Thank you, Mr. Hoxley. We've got some questions from the committee, so we'll move directly into those. I was still planning to take our break at 1 p.m. and I suspect, I know that we will have questions for you after lunch, so we'll get through what we can before lunch, then we'll break at 1 for an hour and come back to continue with our questions at 2. But first I'll hand to Member Carruthers, who will ask you some questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Oxley. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you.
We're just looking to clarify some of the issues around the prospect of salinity increases and the cumulative effect, not only from these projects, but along the Murray. And I think the cumulative figure that's been mentioned is a 10% increase at the South Australian border. My first question would be, is that increase estimate based upon the AEM data, and how accurate would that data be?
Well, it's based on both the AEM data and also the bore records that we've got about salinity. One of the uncertainties is about the nature of exactly what salinity will come back into the river following an event, which is why I've said that we've chosen to use an upper estimate of that salinity or salt load, expecting it to be less. So it's a combination of bore data as well as AEM information.
Okay, so am I right in seeing that map on your presentation showing one bore within the inundation area?
We're talking about Hatter or Belsar here?
The one that you had in your presentation, I'm just looking at that.
Yeah, so in...
Mr. Hoxley, would you mind sharing the page
Sure.
again? It might be easier if we're talking to the plans. Thank you.
No problems, bear with me. Bring that back. So for example, let me go up to this one. Was this the one you were referring to?
Yes.
Yep, okay, yep.
So
there's essentially one in the middle here, yes.
So we asked Mr. Kellerman from the CMA yesterday how many bores were within that area. He said he wasn't quite sure. So do you think in the forward operations, the monitoring of salinity from the bore, would one bore be sufficient?
Yes, I think the selection of the choices of monitoring bores is complicated by a number of factors. So there's a balance here between what might be ideal from either a science point of view or ideal from an operational point of view, and also what's possible. So we're dealing with park areas which are difficult to access and have a number of constraints in them about where you can actually dig a hole and create a disturbance. The second thing is that generally we tried to get monitoring locations which are adjacent to the actual flooded areas so that you can still monitor them relatively safely and well while there's an event underway. So whilst it seems a bit odd, it's not immediately helpful to have a whole lot of bores that are in the middle of the inundation areas that are actually flooded during the events. So bores that are on the outside of that provide guidance as to what the overall aquifer is doing are quite useful because you can continue to monitor them through the events. So given what we understand about the nature of the aquifer, given the scale of the perturbation, I'm not concerned that a lot of the monitoring bores are on the edge of the managed inundation area. We still expect to be able to identify what the overall groundwater response is. The other point that's worth making is that I think Mr. Kellerman referred yesterday to some additional 36 or so bores that have been put in recently by the Mallee CMA. There are some of those, there are a couple of bores at this site and a few others that are relatively new, and so the information wasn't shown in the 2020 contour map. So there may be some extra bores that have gone in recently in addition to this. In the report, and not in a figure I put in my presentation, but in the specialist assessment, there are, in the monitoring section, is the identification of where all the existing bores are and the ones that we recommend monitoring. But in general, they are outside of the inundation areas for the practical reasons that I explained earlier.
Well, thank you. That explains that point. So turning to the frequency of that monitoring, whether it would be appropriate and how that would be resourced into the future. The committee wants to really understand whether that monitoring frequency that's proposed is appropriate. There seems to be a difference between monitoring the salinity in the groundwater and monitoring the soil salinity. Is there any reason why that is done at a different frequency, one being quarterly and one being 5-yearly? I think that's been recommended in assessment D.
So if I recall correctly, and I don't have it in front of me, I can look it up, but I believe that we've recommended that groundwater level is monitored monthly and groundwater quality is done annually, subject to review. So there is a separate soils report which may talk about other soil matters, but in terms of the groundwater, that's the preferred frequency.
And turning to that point of ensuring that monitoring is adequately resourced in the future.
Yeah, so as I understand it, it will be the responsibility of the operating agency, which I believe will be the CMA. So the CMA run groundwater monitoring in this area at the moment, and as I understand it, they will be required, or the responsible authority, to continue that monitoring. I'm unclear about funding mechanisms and allocation for that. I'm sorry, you'll have to ask somebody else about the funding of that.
Okay, I appreciate that. Now, you raised a couple of times the basin salinity management 2030 and the credits that you've estimated for that. Can you just expand on that a little bit more about how that credit system works? Are you able to provide that information to us, or do we need to get that from the proponent?
Look, I can certainly give you my perspective on that. I have been involved with the salinity management strategy for several decades now, and I'm aware of the way in which it operates and have provided advice to members of it. But it also needs to be said, I'm not part of that decision-making process, and so I am an observer on the outside, even though I know it reasonably well. For a definitive response, those questions would probably need to be directed to DECA, the salinity group, with a former DELP. But to the extent to which I can help, there is a framework within the Murray-Darling Basin around the managing of the shared rivers, and in particular the Murray River, that has a target for overall salinity at Morgan in South Australia, and then subsidiary targets in the river and the tributaries as you go further up. For the purposes of these two projects, the critical areas or targets that need to be met are at the South Australian border and at Morgan. This framework or salinity management strategy has a set of protocols or rules about how you assess what the salinity at Morgan will be as the result of an action or an effect. Governments through the agreement have agreed to be accountable for changes in salinity in the Murray River as expressed at Morgan above a threshold. The threshold is 0.1 of an EC at Morgan. So any action or works that are undertaken within the basin that will affect salinity at Morgan by more than 0.1 of an EC need to be accounted for, and this was the salinity register that we were discussing earlier on. So there is a register that is maintained by the MDBA, which lists all of the calculated and agreed effects of works and measures that affect salinity. There is a recognition by the MDBA and by the Victorian and New South Wales governments that SDL and SDL adjustment mechanism projects such as these will need to be accountable on the register for the effect on salinity that they have in the registers, and that will have to be included. The registers also have to record a number of actions that have been taken by both jointly by all the governments and separately by individual jurisdictions to lower salinity at Morgan. And so there are a number of other schemes and works and measures that have already lowered the salinity in the Murray River quite considerably. And to the extent to which the lowering has got below the targets or what was required, these are referred to as credits. So by undertaking actions or contributing to actions that have reduced river salinity already, a share of that benefit is held by jurisdictions to be able to put towards other works and measures that might have an increasing effect. An example of an increasing effect of salinity is, for example, the irrigation of which we were discussing just recently. So irrigation in this region has the effect of displacing salt into the Murray River, and so there are debits on the salinity register for the effect of that irrigation. It is expected that there will be debits arising from these projects. The exact quantum of them are yet to be determined, as I discussed earlier. Victoria, I'm advised by DECA, or formerly DELP staff, that Victoria is confident that they have sufficient credits in reserve to provide an offset for the scale of these projects. And so the intention is, as I understand it, to apply the existing credits that are held by Victoria that have been created by other works and measures as an offset for the impact of these projects.
And so what you've told us so far this morning is that your estimates of the salinity increases are conservative. That is to say, they're higher than what might otherwise occur. Is that correct?
Yes, and they're also conservative for another quite technical reason associated with the rules under which items are put on the register. There's a particular way in which the calculations are done to put a salinity credit or debit on a register that has certain, if I can call it, conditions precedent. So there's a certain way in which you assume the river's going to run and a certain way in which you calculate the effects of a particular action. That's done under agreed protocols with the MDBA, and it's slightly different to the way in which we needed to undertake an assessment of effects for the EES process. So I am conscious that the way in which we've made an assessment for the EES process is probably greater than the way in which it would end up being calculated to go on the register. So in one sense, I'm comfortable with the effects in the river that we've identified as being an upper effect for a number of reasons. I'm also confident that when the particular methodology that's applied to the MDBA process to put them on the registers is applied, that the effect is likely to be less as well.
Now, just back to the AEM data, how often is that data compiled?
Good question. It's been done once. And there is a proposal at the moment to do it again, but they're in the Mallee CMA are in the stages of trying to organise that. So it's a one-off at this stage.
So would it be logical to undertake that exercise following this current flood event?
Ideally, yes. And so as I understand it, and this probably ought to be confirmed with the CMA, but as I understand it, the intention would be to undertake flights for AEM survey later in this year, which would be after this event, and it would actually be really well timed from that point of view to look at the effect of a large flood.
Yeah, I understand that. Thank you. We've just turned our mind to contingencies if some of these estimates, part of the adaptive management approach, turn out to be incorrect or understated. So in the assessment D, I think it's at section 13.2, you talk about contingency measures for the operational mechanisms, reduce the frequency of the managed inundation around an affected area, and reduce the depth of inundation. So could you just expand on that for us? I mean, it seems fairly impractical, well, not impractical. It's not proving to be assessing the benefits of this entire project by introducing those sorts of contingency measures once you identify the salinity might be a bit higher than you think.
Yeah, so there's an important point here is about the nature of the projects and their goals for inundation level and frequency. So in the project descriptions, it's very clearly identified that there are target frequencies and that there are target or maximum levels or depths, and that the projects may be operated at a lesser frequency or a lesser depth based on operational needs. It's also to be noted, and I've tried to make this clear in the report, that the assessment that we've made is on the basis that the full projects, to their maximum extent and target frequencies, have been adopted as the effect for the purposes of the study. And yet the project itself already acknowledges that it may not do that. And so my comment about contingency measures is to say there is already an understanding that the projects may not incur the effects that have been calculated, but from my perspective, as we've gone through to state the effects, we've tried to state the maximum effect so as to be comfortable that if that maximum effect is acceptable and can be permitted and the projects go ahead, that in their operation, they're likely to be less than that. So saying that an area might be operated less frequently is merely a reflection of the very description of the project that says that those frequencies are a target and may be changed due to operational needs. And to pick up on something that Mr. Kellerman said yesterday, at each watering event, risks are identified. And if there's a particular risk or risk area, such as saline discharge or saline areas developing that are identified for a particular area over time, that would be taken into account with the decision of monitoring, of addition of watering, as well as the needs of the vegetation. As to the effect on the benefits, I can see that there's a question there about whether the benefits could be achieved, but that's not something that I've tried to calculate and really can't comment on the direct relationship between those frequencies and the benefits, other than to note that the project allows for a lesser frequently inherently in its description.
Yeah, thank you. I was a bit convoluted in that question, but you've got to the answer. Thank you. In request number 91 that we made, the committee made, the response was, in terms of dealing with possible salinity increases, that this would only be done for sites of high conservation value, as the effort to install and operate drainage would be considerable.
Yep.
So could you just give us some idea of how that would be determined? And
yeah, so what this refers to is there's an outside case or an extreme case, if you like. If you have a particular area that is very significant and yet you find that inundation is causing an adverse effect for that, but you still need to proceed with inundation for being able to water other areas, but therefore you need to protect a particular location directly. An option that's available to you is to provide some type of engineering solution or drainage to protect a particular area. Given its nature, given it's intrusive, and given that it would be difficult and complicated to install, it's not something that would be done lightly. I'm sort of torn a bit here about going into hypotheticals versus reality, but let's say, for example, that you'd identified a particular area of vegetation that was especially significant, a live hollow-bearing tree or some type of cultural tree that was in a place that was showing an adverse effect and you needed to protect it. You could do that with engineering works and not have to stop the entire scheme. It's not really desirable. It would be subject to permits and conditions and a whole lot of other things that would be needed at the time. But from a conceptual and technical perspective, it is possible to protect those areas, and doesn't necessarily mean that the entire project is null and void simply because there are small areas that have to be dealt with overall. So that's an example that I was trying to allude to.
All right, thank you for those responses, Mr. Oxley.
You're welcome.
Member Kendall.
Great, thank you. So I was just checking if I was mute, and I'm not. It is 5 to 1, so we'll actually break for lunch now and come back at 5 to 2. We'll continue with some questions from the committee. I can't give you an exact estimate of time. It could be up to an hour further questions from the committee, but it may take a bit less than that. We'll see how we go. Thank you. We'll see everybody in an hour.
Certainly, thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome back, everyone. So, Mr. Forrester, I'm assuming that you're happy for me to just continue with the committee's cross-examination? Yeah, wonderful, thank you. So I'll now hand to Dr. Brisker, who will ask questions of Mr. Hoxley. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hoxley, and thank you for your presentation and the questions you've answered so far. I've got a number of additional questions, and I might be helpful to go back to your presentation because I've actually structured them according to the various slides that they relate to.
Okay.
So my first question relates to slide number 5 in your presentation, which is the map of various bores in the study area. And you've explained, I understand, to Member Carruthers that this does indeed show all of the bores that are available to you within the study area and the maximum inundation area. And my question is, do you feel that the coverage of the bores and where they sit relative to the various geological formations of the topography and geomorphology of the area, do you feel that they give an adequate description of the groundwater of the area?
Yes, I do. And the reason for that is that the layering for the alluvial aquifer, which is the one that's connected to the river, is pretty predictable. It's based on the connection to the river and what it did over time. We know where the edge of the trench is. We know where the alluvial aquifer is. The groundwater itself tends not to change in elevation or indeed in salinity very quickly. It's over tens to hundreds of metres to kilometres, and it's fairly flat. So whilst there's not a lot of information in the middle of the difficult to access areas on Belsar Island, for example, the information that's available upstream and downstream of it give us a pretty good understanding of the way that the river operates. And in particular, there's a long-standing section line of bores. If you can see my cursor, there's a series of bores that go down here that show the pattern of behaviour away from the river. And from all the information we've got, that's consistent within the area where we don't have data. So whilst we don't have a great deal of detail inside the MIA, we've also got no reason to believe at the moment that it's significantly different from what we see inside the other areas here. So I'm comfortable that it's good enough to be able to assess the effects and from assessing the project operations ongoing.
And in terms of the monitoring, do you consider that that's adequate, or would you prefer to have additional bores closer to the area of project area, the maximum inundation area?
Well, there have been some additional bores that have been put in the last couple of years to fill in available areas. I've got to remember that this area is pretty constrained. There's a mixture of private land reserve, range of other constraints on where you could ideally put bores. I think in light of the constraints of access, land tenure, and ongoing access to make sure that you can get long-term records, I think the setup that is out there at the moment is adequate. In another world with in a different setting, you might put more in, but they're not really possible in under current conditions. So I think it's made the best of where you can get to.
I guess I'm the same question. I have the same questions about also the location of the bores in the Hatter North study area. So going to slide 17.
Sure. Yep.
And I guess exactly the same question in terms of whether you consider the bores there, whether they adequately cover what's going on in the maximum inundation area. And I wasn't quite sure, just looking at your map and looking at the geology maps, whether they're on the Wurrunden Formation or whether they're actually down on the floodplain.
There's a bit of a mixture. Some of them are in the Wurrunden, and there's a couple of them like this 7853 that's on the floodplain, for example. Again, we're dealing with an area inside National Park, and so the balance between disruptive drilling and ongoing access to bores versus the information that you get out of it has to be carefully considered. I think it's enough. From a science point of view, you could always ask for more, but I don't think that's necessary to evaluate the effects of the project The Murray River moving up and down and the effects of inundation more generally will show up on a couple of these key bores, and they'll be the main indicator bores that we'll be using to assess the project in the future, I would expect.
Mm-hmm. So for the Hatter North, then the 7853 is the 7853. Is that the key indicator bore then for?
Well, for Bulka, yes, and then there's this other one up here which I haven't numbered for the Kulkine, for Chalker area.
Yeah. So one indicator bore on each. And in terms of the Living Murray project, I don't see any bores marked in that area on this map. They're all sort of downstream, within or downstream of the inundation areas rather than upstream. Are there any bores, or are they just not considered in this assessment?
No, there's all, well, for this map, I've only been looking at the project area. There are a couple of other bores to the south along the edge of the TLM area, the Hatter Lakes. They're not shown on this diagram, but they're present. There's not a great deal within the lakes area itself. Again, the nature of the landscape and ongoing access, there hasn't been a lot of bores put in there, so it's relatively sparsely monitored within the TLM lakes themselves.
And with those bores you referred to at the edge of the TLM, were they factored into your modelling and assessment?
Yes, yeah. So they've been used to build the geological models and to set the groundwater conditions, but they're far enough away that they're considered outside the area of influence of the project. So haven't been shown directly in the plot in the report and the plots that I've shown here, but were definitely considered.
Yeah, that's good. Flicking back now to slide 6, I think. Slide 6, I think we've covered that. Slide 7, sorry.
7, this one here with the water level.
That's correct. Yep. Okay, and there you've concluded the just looking at the I guess the flatness of the, on the right hand side, the flatness of the water surface of the aquifer, is that water table, is that reflective of what you believe the conditions are? It's basically essentially totally flat through that area.
Yeah, yes it is, and in part that's the influence of the weir pool of Loch 15. So the river is pretty flat through most of that area, and so the groundwater level similarly is fairly static, influenced in large part by the Murray River level.
Yeah, and on the left-hand side where we've got the various levels of groundwater relative to surface level, is a variation there reflecting surface topography there, and assuming the other one is flat.
These areas here are around 48 that you're referring to. Yeah, so there are a couple of things going on. If you see the purple line through here, that's the edge of the alluvial aquifer sediment. Some of the bores and area that we've got outside here are in a slightly different aquifer. They're in the clay, which doesn't move water quite as much, so they tend to build up water a bit more. The other thing is that there's quite intensive irrigation around here and has been for many decades. And so there is a groundwater mound off the Robin Vale irrigation area and the surrounding irrigation that's in the clays that is outside the trench here, which also influences those values.
Okay. Slide 8, moving through to slide 8. I'm just checking off the questions that other people have already posed that have been answered. So I understand that none of the water level plots, none of those water level plots relate to the project area. Is that correct?
That's correct. They're not. None of them are inside the MIA. They are, however, in the aquifer and the system that will be responding to the project. So it just the nuance there about you say they don't relate to the project area. Well, they do. They're informing us about the system that the project is in, but they're not inside the area. Yeah, not
inside the area. And the bores that are inside the area, were they not? Is there a reason why you didn't present the water levels for those?
Yeah, then either they don't have long-term records, they've only got a few months, or the records are not as instructive. So this particular plot was put together to show that historical perspective and where we are today and the response to river levels, and they don't display those particularly well.
Okay, so the bore, particularly the bore that's sort of sitting in the middle of area 1 within the Belsa-Yungra, the sort
Yes.
of in the middle of all of that, is that one that's got a short record of data or one that doesn't display the trends as clearly?
I'll take that on notice. I believe it's got a short period of record. It's one of the recent ones.
That would be good to understand that, and particularly, and maybe also the other ones that are sort of within those green marked areas, to understand what's going on with those, whether there's any record at all, and I guess what information is available for those.
Yes, as a note there, all of the information that has been collected from these bores is a matter of public record and available on public databases, but I will go back and have a look at those and give you a note about what the record tells us about those areas.
Okay, thank you. You've answered that question through your presentation, so we'll move on to slide 11. I'll just go through. Trying to understand the question. Okay, this is really sort of the overall effects of operation. And I wanted to clarify one sort of general point you made in terms of inundation, where you talked about inundation, I guess, providing benefits in terms of flushing out salt, and also inundation providing, I guess, disbenefits of bringing up saltness, or that balance. So I was hoping you could clarify that, because that's a sort of fairly critical question in relation to how operation might benefit or impact the environment.
Yeah, so the mechanism that we see operating in the floodplain is that overbank flooding will tend to put fresher water into the top of the soil. That can then be used by vegetation, and that leaves the salts behind but removes the water. So what you generally end up with is a profile in the soils where it gets saltier with depth. And that's a natural profile, and so we would expect that operation would continue to maintain that profile. So successive waterings will leave with slightly fresher soil at the surface, and long-term movement of water down to the water table will tend to carry those salts deeper into the profile. In some cases where the vegetation can use water off the water table, it has the potential to draw water off the water table and leave the salts behind. But that's typically at depth, because the groundwater system and the water table itself is, as I said, typically 5 metres down. It varies, as you know, across the area, but let's say it's typically 5 metres down. So where that water might be drawn off by roots, the salts tend to get left behind at a depth there, and that's what's contributed to the fact that the groundwater overall is a bit saltier than, say, river water or the floodwaters that come in over the top of it. So the groundwater is being gradually made more saline over time by the effect of water being taken out and the salts being left behind. Again, we would expect that the operation of this project would continue that general trend at the frequency at which the project works. In absence of the project, what you lack is the flushing flows to then freshen up the surface part of the soils, and you only have the concentration of salts from the area where deeper-rooted vegetation will take those soils out. So in the absence of intervening events, like with lesser events, which is the situation we have at the moment, you would tend to have a salting up of the deeper system around the root zones of individual trees. What these projects will do is give the opportunity for at least a reset or a fresher of that to some extent within the soil zone, and access to fresher water for the shallower roots. So I think that rather than bringing in additional salt, which is problematic to the projects, the bulk of the thing that they will do is bring in fresher water, which is beneficial for vegetation growth. The salts that are down there, they're there already in large part, and the additions from this project are not significant in terms of the salt mass and the store that there is there already.
And so then taking that forward, so then the risk associated with the project in terms of increasing salinity would be if there is excessive amount of water causing groundwater rise to the surface and then bringing those salts to the surface. Is that correct?
That's right. So if it rises up to the point where the discharges to the surface or the vegetation continues to salinise up shallow water table that is maintained at shallow depth, there is a potential that shallow soil salinisation could develop.
Okay, yep. Still staying on the issue of salinity, you've sort of answered some questions in a fair bit of detail about the salts being taken back to the Murray River. I guess there's a couple of things that can happen on the way to the Murray River, one of which is, I guess, the effect of the salts in the local water courses within the project areas, and then also the effects of those salts on the floodplain. Do you have any comments on those?
Yeah, so second part first, when we talk about salts returning back to the river, essentially the process by which that occurs is bank flow from the groundwater into the deeper water courses. The recession, the water that comes back into the river at the end of a watering event starts off relatively fresh, and then there's a complex series of things that happen where if you're in summer and you get a lot of evaporation, you might end up with slightly saltier water coming back just from evaporation of the flood water. This is no different in a managed event from a natural event. But it's still relatively fresh. It's not like it's washing salt load off the floodplain. As we understand the mechanism, and this has been extensively studied at particularly Chewilla and further downstream, the bulk of the salt mobilisation that would occur in an event is on the rising limb. So when the area first floods and water starts to move over it, you will get some salt mobilised at that point, and that may wash sulphur off. But once water's been sitting for a while on the floodplain and had a chance to infiltrate, that salt then tends to go into the ground rather than going back to the rivers. So coming back to your question about what's the mechanism for salt discharge back into the river system, either Nakoya Creek in this case or Chalker Creek and back into the Murray, is it will tend to come out of the banks of the rivers where the groundwater is still relatively high after the river levels are dropped down, and that's where by far and away the bulk of the salt comes in. So it's a bank storage return or groundwater discharge into watercourses brings that salt with it. It's not so much of a concern for the overlying soils and the bulk of the floodplain area.
Mm-hmm. And so in terms of the amount that will be returned to Nakoya Creek or Chalker Creek, has that been quantified?
Yes, it has. So the tonnages have been calculated. The effect in the creeks so this was then passed the surface water study, and that's been looked at in terms of the creeks. So Chalker Creek, and I can't remember off the top of my head at the moment what the figures would be. It'd possibly be something to put to Dr. Treadwell when he comes, but yes, we've allowed for the salt load into the creeks and looked at whether that will have a local effect and an effect on the Murray locally.
Uh-huh. Thank you. Okay, and in relation to some of the areas that are being watered under standard terminal, so the water's not returning anywhere. Mm-hmm. So with those terminal areas, are there any additional issues in relation to salt and groundwater that arise?
Not specifically, but the processes I've described is that as there's a combination of evaporation and infiltration. The infiltration at the end of an event is relatively slow, as the height of the water above the soil gets less and less, the driving force of pushing water into the ground drops off. So you get this competing process of evaporation versus infiltration. And so the very last bits that go there, the puddles, if you like, that are left behind might be a little bit more brackish than the river was originally. But they're likely to either infiltrate or disappear relatively quickly. They're not likely to become highly saline. There is no evidence or recorded observations of that process on floodplains leaving behind salt scolds after events, for example. They've not been reported. It has not been a matter of concern. So it would appear to infiltrate faster than it concentrates, but it will concentrate a little bit as well.
Uh-huh. Moving on now to slide 13, which is the vegetation water use. And my question there is, I'm a bit interested in how the project is affecting not only the vegetation water use within and downstream of the project area, but also upstream. I'm just hoping you can clarify why there's an impact upstream.
Yes, so the answer to that is linked to the discussion I had earlier, for example, about the river levels and what's been assumed with operation. In order to be quantified the maximum effect, I've assumed that we've been able to raise the river to have provided the additional flows in there. And so the effect of raising the river to get additional water down through there to be able to water the event, because that is one of the scenarios. You know, if a river flow is there, it will be used for an event. That means that because the river continues upstream, if there's an increase in river level, that occurs upstream. If the river level isn't raised and it's just pumped in there, that effect will not be there.
Yeah. So in terms of scenarios, did you model both in terms of vegetation water use?
No, we've assumed, if you like, a maximal case of impact effect on the groundwater, which is the river level varies.
Mm-hmm. From other questions to see whether they're covered.
That's fine.
Yep, just take a minute to do that. We'll move on to slide 20. It's the water levels. And just interested because one of the bores there, I think it was 7853, is the one that's in the maximum inundation area. And you made the comment there that it responds to river level changes in the Murray River and Chalker Creek. I'm assuming that doesn't seem to reflect the variations in the Murray River levels as shown by the darker blue bore. So would it be correct to assume that that's only reflecting Chalker Creek?
Well, it's a mixture. The Murray River levels have a very subdued effect out there. So what's that showing? What that is showing is a subdued effect to river level changes overall, which will be a combination of the two. But you're right in saying that the closer water course will be the dominant effect on the water level. Yeah. It's not absent in terms of the Murray River, but it will be a smaller effect.
I'm flicking through my questions to see if we've covered them.
No, that's fine. No problem at all.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I think that's all my questions. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoxley.
Thank you, Dr. Briscar. So Member Bell is going to ask you a few questions, and we won't take the full hour that I mentioned before lunch. I imagine another 10 or 15 minutes or so. So just so that parties are aware of that. So Member Bell, I'll hand to you now.
Chair, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
A question from your presentation, but there's no need to go to a slide. Just trying to understand the purpose behind the evapotranspiration model. Was it to determine the groundwater effects in terms of the levels, or was it to demonstrate the project benefits on vegetation to support?
Definitely the former. The reason for including it in the model is to make sure that a key process that leads to the fall of groundwater after a rise was adequately captured. However, it is relevant information for determining the benefits. So I present it as being a possible benefit or leading to a possible benefit, but haven't tried to quantify that in any way other than to note the ET. The fundamental reasons why it's there is that one of the ways that the groundwater system recovers after a flood is by the draw out of water by vegetation. And so it's an important groundwater process to include.
Thank you. Thanks for clarifying that. And this is in relation to the EDSs. I'm not sure if you've got a copy on hand or if you would like me to share one.
Look, might be best to share for
Sure.
everybody. I could grab one, but you may have it.
Yeah, that's okay. Apologies.
I do.
I should have thought about before, but I will get it.
I'm just going to suggest, Mr. Forrester, if you happen to have it handy, would that be easier, Member Bell? You could start to ask your question, if that's easy for you to do, Mr. Forrester.
I think I can get them up. It's okay.
Okay, sure.
Is that up?
Yes.
I've
Right.
lost you now. Okay, but
Thank
that's what's happened. That's what happens, doesn't it? Sorry for scrolling while we're there. We'll just try and find the groundwater ones and make it a bit bigger.
Yep.
Okay, so the first one is in relation to disposal of dewatering, groundwater from dewatering. And you've got that it must minimise impacts to land and waterways. And I was just wondering if it was, if potential impacts to vegetation should also be identified as something to be avoided in that measure.
For clarity, you could definitely include that. In my mind, that's embodied in when it talks about impacts to land. It's not deliberately excluded. If you're going to dispose to land, then the impact on the vegetation would be, I would have thought, a necessary thing to consider.
Understood. Thank you. And then in relation to GW2, the operational groundwater management. It's got the OEMP must provide for monitoring of groundwater and surface water levels, surface water flow and salinity. Considering the potential impacts of managed inundation on groundwater dependent ecosystems that was identified in the risk register, was it the intent for this monitoring to also include groundwater salinity, not just surface water salinity?
Absolutely, and yes, groundwater salinity is included in the recommended monitoring within the specialist assessment report, so that's not excluded at all. The interesting the reason for the particularly calling out surface water and flow and salinity is that there's important information in surface water salinity relating to groundwater discharge, and it wouldn't be obvious if you talked about in a groundwater EDS, why would you monitor surface water? Well, the reason why you do it is so that you can pick up on the groundwater discharge that's coming out. Clearly, groundwater quality and level is important, and that is specifically got recommendations for monitoring in the specialist assessment.
Okay, and are they otherwise picked up in the environmental management frameworks that you're aware of?
So the forgive me if I get the structure wrong, but there is in the environmental framework is the operational monitoring recommendations, and in those there's quite a bit of detail. So the EDS refers to the need for monitoring. The monitoring is then specified elsewhere. So yes, it's in a linked document, and it is more specifically defined elsewhere in that stack. I'll take advice on exactly which one it's in.
Thank you. Thank you very much. No further questions. And I'll stop share.
Thank you, Member Bell. So thank you, Mr. Hoxie. I'll hand back to Mr. Forrester for any questions of re-examination.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just seek by way of one clarification in respect of these monitoring questions, Mr. Hoxley, to take you to the specialist assessment and then over to the environmental management framework so we can pin down precisely where things are and what they say. Can I start by sharing on my screen the specialist assessment and the section which I understand relates to the monitoring questions. This is section 13.1.1 that's on the screen. Is this the right place in the specialist assessment to be looking?
It is, yes, that's it.
Thank you. And when I look at this table 13.2, I see lists of bores on each side. I think one Balsa-Yungara and one Hatter Lakes North. If I flick through a couple more pages to page 177, what are these figures that are displayed? I appreciate there'll be a challenge here in terms of zooming. Perhaps I start there and you can explain what these figures display.
So they show the locations of the bores of which the numbers are given in the table. This is for assistance for people working out where they are. There's two plots here. The upper one, which is showing a green dots, are the locations where we've recommended that level monitoring be undertaken. And the lower one is where the salinity and water quality samples would be recorded. There's a slight difference between the two. There's slightly more bores for level monitoring than there are for water quality monitoring, but they basically give those locations.
And if I then go down to page 178, we see the satellite photo of the Hatter Lakes North area. Can I just ask you, are they similar figures in respect of that project?
They are. So the level monitoring again shown with the green dots, and the recommended water quality monitoring shown with the red dots. While
we're here, can I just draw your attention to the top figure? I think this is, pardon me, the level monitoring.
Yes.
You were asked a couple of questions from Dr. Brisger about the location of bores and which would be used monitoring in this area. Are these the bores, if I gesticulate here with my cursor, I hope you can see that, are these the bores to the south in the Hatter Lakes, the Living Murray site that you were referring to as being there, but not in the figure in your presentation? Yes,
that's correct. And there's a few bores in the middle of there that sort of feel like on the transition between the two sites, that they would be monitored to be able to see to confirm in essence that there is no expected significant effect of this site on the southern area, and those bores would show that up, which is why they've been included. For reference, there is the other ones down to the south, because I think it's instructive to understand the effect of the TLM watering when considering the effects of the proposed VMFRP sites. And so I've taken the opportunity to include those bores in the recommended monitoring schedule to provide a more comprehensive overall list of this floodplain area.
And then in terms of the proposed monitoring schedule, I've just flicked over on the screen to the environmental management framework. It's page 18.87 to 18.88, which contains, for the committee's reference, table 18.13. Can you see on your screen these items identified as MGW1, which reads identify changes to groundwater levels as a result of environmental watering, and then on the next page, MGW2, identify changes to groundwater quality as a result of environmental watering. Are these the monitoring requirements you were referring to in the questions you received most recently from Member Bell?
Yes, they are. And you can see in those, so the separation here again between level and quality, and in the quality, there's a comprehensive list of parameters. There's some commentary about the frequency and the review process that would be undertaken as well. So, and that's, you said that that's in the OMF?
Yes, that's right, yes. All right, thank you, Mr. Hoxley. That's all I'll ask by way of re-examination, and at that point I'd ask if Mr. Hoxley can be excused from giving evidence, but I'll ask Mr. Hoxley that you remain online as we go over to Dr. Treadwell, unless there be any questions that are asked of him that end up in your wheelhouse.
Certainly.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hoxley. And yes, Mr. Forrester, I'm happy for you to continue and to call Dr. Treadwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just closing my open tabs and shifting across. Bear with me, please, in a moment. And I see Dr. Treadwell's on the screen with us. Good afternoon, Dr. Treadwell.
Good afternoon. Hopefully you can hear me. My computer does make a little bit of background noise, and if it's annoying, I can put my headset on. So just do let me know if it's annoying, and I'll change over to a headset.
Thank you.
I can hear you loud and clear. Thank you, and welcome, Dr. Treadwell. We'll let you know if we have issues.
Okay, thank you.
In the course of Dr. Treadwell's evidence, Madam Chair, I'll refer to his witness statement, which is tabled document 80, to his presentation, which is tabled document 124, to the specialist assessment, which is specialist assessment C, surface water. And in similar terms to the exercise with Mr. Hoxley, we'll have a look at table document 125, which is the email received from Fiona Murdoch. So Dr. Treadwell, your name is Dr. Simon Treadwell.
That's right.
Apologies, Mr. Forrester. I'm actually just going to interrupt for one moment. I did just want to confirm that the parties who are intending to cross-examine are with us. So I'll just take a moment to do that. So we have Environment Victoria still with us. Just trying to find you on the screen. I'll just get you to pop on, Mrs. Hogan, thank you. Dr. Kelly is still with us as well. And we also have, I think I've seen Professor Pittock, so I'll just check that we have those parties present. Great, thank you, Professor Pittock as well. So apologies for that. I just thought I'd check, and it is possible and likely that cross-examination will continue to into Monday. So just for those parties to be aware as well, at the end of the evidence in chief, I'll give an indication of the scheduling of the cross-examination. So thank you, and I'll hand back to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Treadwell, your full name is Dr. Simon Treadwell.
Yes.
And you are the Global Principal for Ecosystem Restoration and Senior Principal Aquatic Ecologist at Jacobs.
Yes.
What is your business address?
452 Flinders Street, Melbourne.
You've prepared a witness statement dated the 15th of December 2022 in respect of the projects presently under consideration.
Yes.
And that's table document 80. And you've also prepared a presentation, table document 124, which provides a summary of your evidence.
Yes.
Your qualifications, experience and expertise are fairly summarised in Annexure A to your witness statement, is that right?
That's right.
And you have provided your full CV in Annexure B to your witness statement.
Yes.
By way of my summary, I understand your particular expertise includes lowland river, floodplain and wetland ecology and ecohydrology, environmental flows and water regime requirements, ecosystem restoration and ecological risk assessment.
That's right.
And you hold qualifications including a Bachelor of Agricultural Science with honours, a Masters of Science with a thesis concerning upland stream ecosystems, and a PhD in aquatic ecology, which related to effects of river regulation in the Murray River on ecosystem processes.
That's right.
And then you've got some 32 years of practical experience, including in large part in projects relating to Murray River wetlands and the Murray more broadly.
Yes.
And you have been tasked with and have been responsible for the preparation of Specialist Assessment C exhibited with the EES through its planning and coordinating technical assessments and then co-authoring the report itself.
That's right.
Are there any corrections that you wish to make to your witness statement or to your presentation?
No.
And do you adopt your presentation, your witness statement, and in turn Specialist Assessment C as your evidence before this inquiry?
Yes, I do.
You would have heard me ask this earlier. You have made declarations in respect of the giving of evidence remotely, and can I confirm with you that you're in a position to comply and that you will comply with those declarations?
Yes, I can and I will.
Can I ask you, Dr. Treadwell, please, to share with us on your screen and then take the committee through the presentation you have prepared.
Okay, let's try and work this out. Now, okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
And is it in full screen mode? I can never quite work out the full screen mode. Okay, excellent. Thank you. All right, I'll work my way through the presentation. So a little bit of an agenda or a table of contents. So I'm going to run through a summary of the work undertaken, the approach to the assessment. I'll provide a little bit of background on existing conditions. I know that over the last couple of days you've heard about some of the existing conditions, but I felt it's just useful for some additional context for the surface water assessment to go back over a couple of those things. I'll present a summary of outcomes and then a response to relevant submissions the proposed EDS and a response to the relevant committee requests for information that have been raised that were relevant to surface water. I'll just note that my approach will be slightly different to Mr. Hoxley's, mainly because he only had one submission that he responded to. So he went through all of his outcomes in detail before he got to submissions. I'm just going to give a summary of outcomes, and the technical aspects of our assessment I'll address through the response to submissions, because they seemed more appropriate to relate the response to submissions to the technical elements of the assessment rather than repeat the presentation. So in terms of the summary of work undertaken, I was responsible for the preparation of specialist assessment C surface water, and in particular I planned and coordinated the technical assessments of the surface water effects along with other specialists, and those other specialists are outlined in my expert witness statement, and that included hydraulic modelers, water quality specialists, hydrologists, who collectively as a team undertook various aspects of the assessment that was relevant to the areas of specialty. And then along with those contributions, I co-authored the specialist assessment. So I'd just like to point out, like, the specialist assessment isn't purely my work. It is the work of a number of technical specialists with particular expertise in hydraulic modelling, geomorphology and water quality. I've reviewed the public submissions and prepared responses relevant to surface water effects. I've reviewed the committee requests for information and prepared responses relevant to surface water effects, and I've prepared an expert witness statement upon which this presentation is based. So the approach to the assessment was first to consider existing conditions. We reviewed available literature and data to understand the existing surface water conditions, and that included the waterways and wetland types within the project areas, the hydrology or the patterns of flow, floodplain hydraulics and water quality characteristics. The review was supplemented by field observations, calculations and analysis that drew on collated information from a wide range of data sources and published material. This is all referred to in the specialist assessment. We consulted with key stakeholders for relevant information, including the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, the Victorian Environmental Water Holder and the Mallee CMA. And through that process, we aligned environmental values of surface water from the Victorian ERS, which is the Environmental Reference Standard, and with water quality objectives from New South Wales, South Australia and the Basin Plan. And we catalogued surface water values and existing conditions. So the review process was to identify those environmental values that were relevant or sensitive to surface water effects. Then through the assessment of effects for both construction and operation, we adopted a source pathway receptor model for assessment of effects. This was supported by hydraulic and water quality modelling, and assessments were completed for hydrological, hydraulic, geomorphic and water quality effects. We also looked at cumulative effects of all of the projects, and I'll touch on that through the course of the assessment. And then we were involved in the development of the delivery standards and the preparation of monitoring recommendations. So if I move on to existing conditions. The key findings from the existing conditions assessment are that, as Mr. Hoxley pointed out, there's a lot of similarities between the two project areas. Both project areas contain waterways, wetlands and floodplains that support flora and fauna that are dependent on inundation. The ecosystem processes that underpin riverine food webs and floodplain processes such as carbon and nutrient cycling are also reliant on inundation and the associated wetting and drying that occurs when you have a flood and then a drying phase and then another flood. So these are important processes or an important driver of ecosystem processes that underpin the food webs, not just of the floodplain and floodplain environments, but also the Murray River itself and the biota that live in the Murray River. Prior to river regulation, I don't think this is contested, but prior to river regulation, these floodplains would have received inundation in most years. You saw the presentation from Mr. Kellerman on the pulse of the river. Now, areas of higher elevation would have also received regular inundation, but not necessarily in all years. So the higher you go on the floodplain, the less frequent and the shorter duration inundation would have been, but nonetheless, it still would have occurred at a reasonable frequency. And as a result of the water resource development and the river regulation that Mr. Kellerman talked about yesterday, there's been a reduction in the frequency and duration of Murray River flow thresholds that inundate both of the floodplain project areas that we're talking about. And then not only do we have the effect of river regulation, we've got the compounding effect of climate change going forward, and analysis by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority and others would indicate that climate change is likely to lead to a further reduction in the frequency and duration of unregulated river flows, although extreme events will continue to occur. So just a quick overview of what some of those changes in Murray River flows look like as a result of the water resource development that's gone on in the last, 100 to 200 years. So the median flow in the Murray River is reduced, and that's this top graph. Now, are you able to see my cursor on the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So the median flow, which is the flow that occurs for 50% of the time. So 50% of the time the flow is below this, and 50% of the time the flow is above the median. But we use the median as a way of giving a sense of the typical flow. It's similar to average. You'll hear average or mean being talked about as well as median. It's similar. There are some slight differences. I won't go into detail, but nonetheless, the median and the mean can be broadly used to describe the average or the typical conditions. So under modelled natural conditions, and this is modelled flow that's been provided by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, the median monthly flow at Euston, downstream of Belsa-Youngera, upstream of Hatter Lakes, is shown in the blue bars, and you can see that there's a very distinct seasonal flow pattern. We have low flows through summer and autumn, and then a big increase in flow through winter and early spring, and then a decline as we head back into the summer period. And this is in megalitres a day, 50,000 megalitres a day as being the typical median flow, daily flow in September, October under natural pre-regulated conditions. And then under current conditions, and again, this is modelled current, it's data provided by the MDBA. It represents a long history of flow as if the current rules or operational rules were in place over that long time series. So it represents a modelled current condition if you kind of back applied that to the record of the modelling. It's in the orange bars. You can see that the summer and autumn flow, or the autumn flow in particular, not dissimilar to what would have occurred under natural conditions, but the winter and spring flow substantially lower, half or more of what the natural flow would have been. And then I've also overlaid on this the gauged flow. So this is the actual flow that's been recorded. So we've got modelled current. It's an estimate of what the flow would have been like over a long period of time if we'd been operating under existing rules. And then we've got what actually happened. And this will be for the record of gauge at Euston, which is data is available from 1930 to 2022. So this is a pretty good record of the actual flow history at Euston. And it's pretty similar to the modelled current. And it does confirm that what the river has experienced at this location is a big reduction in the median flow, particularly during those winter and spring periods. And this translates to a reduction in the frequency and duration of floodplain inundation. And particularly so in the last 20 years, we've got a compounding effect of river regulation and climate change starting to show through in the record. And that's this bottom graph. So this bottom graph shows the natural modelled flow, which is in blue, the historical flow at Euston. So this is the measured flow. And I've only shown it from 1970 through to 2021. It doesn't have the most recent flood event. If I tried to show the whole record, it'd be really hard to see. It's hard enough to pick out as it is. But what's useful to see in this graph is that you can see that the orange line, in a lot of instances, it doesn't get as high as the blue line. So the experienced flow is a lot less than what would have occurred under natural conditions. And the dotted lines represent various flow thresholds that would result in inundation of the floodplain. So we have low level inundation of the floodplain down in these low lines, and you can see that even under existing conditions, flow still gets high enough to relatively frequently inundate low levels of the floodplain. But as you move higher up the floodplain, the flow that's been experienced, particularly over the last 20 to 30 years, is well below the levels that would reach these higher levels of the floodplain. What's interesting in this, I always find, is that during the millennium drought from sort of 2000 to 2010, the river experienced extremely low flow conditions. And that lower flow is evident in the modelled flow data, but it does show that there were still years when we had when we would have expected to have seen higher flows in the absence of river regulation, even in the middle of a drought. So even in the middle of a very severe drought under natural conditions, the river would have still experienced some occasional high flows, and they were completely lost from the experienced flow record. So I guess the point of this is just to demonstrate that over time, and particularly over recent years, there's been this substantial reduction in the frequency and the duration of flow events that inundate the floodplain. And this is also further compounded by physical modifications to many floodplains as well, and the project areas are notwithstanding that. There are levees, there are block banks where channels have been artificially blocked. There are regulators of various description and probably culverts and things of various states of repair or disrepair. And I think you saw some photos of examples of those yesterday, where there are culverts over for track crossings, and those culverts may have been installed to allow flow at some point in time, but have become blocked with sediment and perhaps no longer functioning like they were intended, or for whatever reason were put there and are no longer needed. And these structures also influence the pattern of floodplain inundation, and they may well be preventing areas of floodplain being inundated when unregulated flows do get high enough to inundate the floodplain. So the floodplains are sort of, subject to a whole bunch of influences. Now I mentioned the historical reduction in the frequency and duration of flows, and flows in particular that reach certain floodplain thresholds. The frequency and duration of these thresholds is likely to decline further with climate change, and the Murray-Darling Basin Authority has completed an assessment of that and modelled what they think the effects of climate change will have on further reducing the frequency and duration of these flows. And in particular, that tends to affect flows that are in the perhaps low to moderate range, perhaps more so than these very extremely high flows. So extreme high flows are probably going to continue to occur. We've heard about climate change in terms of higher or more extreme events. So these extreme high flows will continue to occur, but the part of the flow regime that's likely to be impacted most by climate change are in these sort of low to middle flood levels that would inundate the sort of the low to middle parts of the floodplain. And they're the components of the regime that are predicted to be most affected by climate change, and other components of the regime that have been most affected by river regulation as well. So I'll just move on briefly to give a little bit of additional context for each of the project areas. So the Belsay-Yungera project area comprises waterways, wetlands, and what I term shedding floodplains, and 2 large lakes. It's got the waterways that have been previously mentioned in Mr. Hoxley's presentation, Nicoya Creek being the main through flow waterway of the Belsay-Yungera project area. It leaves the Murray River at the eastern end of the floodplain, traverses the floodplain in an east to west direction, rejoins the Murray River, sort of in a complex with another creek called Bonnyraracle Creek, and collectively they join into the Murray River. And then within that area, there are a number of mapped wetlands. These are wetlands that have been mapped on the Victorian Department of, well, their name has changed, but at the time, the DELT Wetland Inventory, and these are in purple. And then we've got these other areas of floodplain that would be inundated during a flood event, but then as the water recedes, the water would shed off those floodplains, and those floodplain surfaces wouldn't hold water post the flood event. So that's what I term them shedding floodplains. So when a flood does recede, though, water would be retained within depressions, including some of the wetlands that have been identified on the floodplain. And then the Belsay-Yungera project area also has these 2 large lakes. They're sort of off to the side. Out over here, they're at a relatively higher elevation to the rest of the floodplain. They are inundated, under natural conditions and under current conditions, they're inundated much less frequently than the bulk of the riverine, more riverine connected part of the floodplain. The most recent flood event was large enough to entirely fill these 2 wetlands and essentially entirely fill the whole floodplain. Nicoya Creek is worth mentioning. I mentioned it's the main floodplain waterway. It also contains a number of structures at the upstream end and at the downstream end that regulate flow for irrigation supply. So there are some pumps at the top end. There's an irrigator syndicate. They pump water into Nicoya Creek. It flows down Nicoya Creek. It gets held up behind a block bank at the bottom end, and from that point, they pump out water to irrigate their irrigation areas. And so that creek is already experiencing a modified flow regime. In addition, those structures have, they limit fish passage at certain times. They're solid structures. During low flows, there's no opportunity for fish passage up and down Nicoya Creek. However, during higher events, those structures are overtopped and fish would be able to move up and down the system. So my point is that these are, these are modified floodplains. They're modified waterways within those floodplains. And then in addition, acknowledging that there's been a reduction in the frequency and duration of overbank flows. You heard from Mr. Kellerman yesterday about the effect that this is having on vegetation and the declining condition of vegetation along these floodplains. The Mallee CMA, as the environmental water manager, has undertaken temporary environmental watering of parts of the floodplain and also the lakes on previous occasions. So these areas have been subject to, over the last, well, nearly 20 years, they've been subject to temporary or emergency environmental watering already. However, the area of floodplain and wetland that can be affected by that temporary watering and the temporary infrastructure that needs to be put in place is relatively small when you compare it to the total area of floodplain that's potentially able to be inundated through the proposed projects. So that's a little bit about the current condition of Belsay-Yungera. And I will just now quickly talk about the proposed environmental watering. Again, for context, I recognise that a lot of this is in the documentation that's been provided, but I think hopefully you find it relevant context for the presentation.
Thanks, Dr. Treadwell. I'll just note for your purposes, we've also had introductions in terms of the operations and intended watering from project partners. And so you could talk relatively high level about these sort of matters. All
right. Look, if this is stuff that you're already familiar with and you don't want to hear it again, then just pull me up. I'll move to my next slide. There's only a couple of slides on this, and then I'll get into the detail of the assessment.
So Dr. Treadwell, I'm happy for you to move through at a fairly high level with this. We'll certainly ask questions of clarification if we have them.
Okay. I'll move through pretty quickly. So basically, in terms of the proposed watering for Belsar-Youngerra, the water comes in at the top end, either gravity fed or via pumps, and then it would be held behind a containment bank and a regulator that's been referred to ER1 at the western end, and that would enable inundation to various extents of the floodplain within the maximum inundation area. And you heard yesterday or the day before that there is a number of water management areas, and each of those can be water can be manipulated to inundate each of those areas through different mechanisms. In order to get water into Lake Powell's and Carpel, that requires pumping. So a pump and a pipeline would need to be constructed in order to be able to water those independently of the way the other parts of the floodplain might be watered. One of the aspects of some of the watering scenarios for Belsar Island is that during a watering event, through flow can be maintained down Nicoya Creek. So while water is being held within the area, water can continue to be supplied down Nicoya Creek and pass over the downstream regulator, and in that process provide some mixing and some dilution and some through flow, and replicate some elements of a natural flood event as if it was moving across the landscape. Doesn't perfectly do it, but it nonetheless provides some through flow and some mixing and return flow to the Murray River. And I'll explain a little bit why that's important later, or if there's a question on that. When the duration of inundation is reached, or the preferred duration of inundation is reached, the water is released from ER1, or any residual water released back to the Murray River. And the frequency and duration of operation is described in the project description. I won't go into detail on that. So now just on to Hatter Lakes in terms of some background and the proposed watering. Similarly to Belsar, Youngerra, it comprises waterways, wetlands, shedding floodplains, and the broader Hatter Lakes system, the Hatter Lakes themselves. We've heard a bit about the Ramsar status of Hatter Lakes. The Ramsar wetlands are located to the south of the Hatter Lakes North project area. And these are the lakes that are sort of highlighted in blue. And the Ramsar boundary is defined by the top water level of the lakes. It includes some connecting floodplain between some of these lakes, but it does not include the broader Chalker Creek, the broader Hatter Lakes area. It's that the Ramsar site is defined by the boundary of the lakes for the most part. And just so it's clear, there are no project works within any of the Hatter Lakes Ramsar sites. So the Hatter North project area is all north or notionally downstream of the Hatter Lakes themselves, and there is no construction works within any of the Ramsar lakes. You've heard a little bit about existing living Murray watering, and I thought it was useful just to touch briefly on that and provide a little bit more context. So the dark blue shows the various lakes within the TLM area, and the light blue shows the area of floodplain that is possible to be watered using the existing infrastructure that's present within the Hatter Lakes area. And that includes what's called the ODIS regulator on Chalker Creek, the Bitarang levee, and Messengers Crossing, which is where all of the large pumps are located on the Murray River for managed inundation of the TLM site. And the way that works, if there's natural inundation, flow leaves the Murray River, it flows down Chalker Creek, it progressively fills all of the lakes, and then it continues on flowing down Chalker Creek and out to the Murray River further downstream. And at the same time, as the water level in the Murray River is increasing, water backs up Chalker Creek and starts to inundate some of these other areas of the floodplain. And in extremely high flows, water also flows into the Lake Bulka area. Now, there's a number of kind of modifications that have occurred in this area over time that have influenced the frequency of inundation of the Lake Bulka area, but nonetheless, the flows of recent months have ultimately made it into this area for the first time since about 1974. In the absence of a natural flood or an unregulated flood, the TLM area is watered by pumping water from Messengers Crossing into Chalker Creek, progressively filling the lakes. And then in order to achieve a larger floodplain inundation, the regulator at OTIS is closed and water is allowed to back up behind that regulator and spill out onto the floodplain and affect a larger area of inundation. Oops, I'm sorry about that. And following the desired duration of inundation, OTIS regulator is opened up, water is allowed to release through Chalker Creek and back to the Murray River. The bluish part, the light blue parts of the floodplain would dry out and water would be retained in the darker blue lakes for a longer period of time. Now, depending on the watering frequency, those lakes might hold water for many years because they may well get another top up depending on the objectives of the watering in a subsequent year. Every now and again, they may be allowed to dry out to replicate that sort of wetting and drying process. So that, and I guess the other thing to look at here is the area of floodplain that can be potentially affected through the existing TLM versus the area of floodplain that are proposed for watering under VMFRP. So the current TLM watering is able to water a larger area of floodplain than is being proposed for the VMFRP. So in terms of proposed watering for VMFRP, the way the watering would work is that effectively, instead of just having the ODIS regulator that enables flow to be or water to be retained upstream of that regulator, the K10 regulator and the K10 causeway would be constructed further downstream on Chalker Creek, and it would extend the area of floodplain that could be inundated. So rather than water being just held behind ODIS regulator, it could now be held behind the K10 regulator and inundate this additional area of floodplain. And for the Lake Bulka area, there's an existing containment bank that is preventing water from flowing further to the north when the Lake Bitarang area is inundated. The proposal is for a regulator on that containment bank that would enable water, when it is desirable, to allow that water to gravity feed or pump through further into the Lake Bulka area and enable this area to be inundated as well to varying extents. The extent would be subject to landholder agreement. As I think everyone's aware, there's some private land up in the northern part of this area, and any inundation of that area would be subject to landholder agreement. The operation of the Chalker North area can only really, or the inundation of the Chalker North area can only happen in combination with the managed watering of the TLM site. And the watering of this area can only happen after the TLM site has been watered. And so in that context, there's got to be obviously integration in the way these areas are watered, but the watering of this area is secondary to the watering of the Ramsar sites. So the watering of the Ramsar sites always comes first. Their watering needs would be met. And then on some of the occasions, not all of the occasions, but on some of the occasions, there could also be watering of the Hatter Lakes North area. And the water that is used for that area would be water that is released from the TLM site. Under current conditions, that water progresses downstream into the Murray River, but under the operating scenario, it would be essentially reallocated, I suppose, or redirected, if you like, to the Hatter Lakes North area, used again, and then released to the Murray River in essentially the same way that it's currently released to the Murray via ODI's regulator. When we did the initial assessment for Lake Bulka, there was there's another connection into Lake Bulka, and this relates to the email from Fiona Murdoch just in the last couple of days. There is another connection to the Lake Bulka area that is called Rapgillam Creek. It's up in this area here, and under natural conditions and high Murray River flows, water would have entered this area via this sort of downstream pathway where water would have backed up in Rapgillam Creek and started to work its way through the dunes. And under the really high flows, water would have come north through this Bidderang location, and essentially the two areas of inundation would have met up. In the last 20 or 30 years, a number of block banks have been, or levees have been constructed on Rapgillam Creek, and that has prevented inundation of the Lake Bulka area via Rapgillam Creek. And in the most recent floods, those levees were breached. I'm not sure how much, whether they were fully breached down to the bed level of the creek, but nonetheless, I think Ms. Murdoch indicated that some of the levees have been removed sort of manually and some were breached. And the most recent flood allowed water to enter the Lake Bulka area via its original pathway. And I guess it's important, I make the comment mainly because when we did our assessment, we were assuming that water would be delivered to Lake Bulka via the Bidderang levee. And once it got in there, it wouldn't make its way back to the Murray River in any form, and it would sit there and be allowed to dry out. Now, the change in the circumstances along Rapgillam Creek may mean that there is now a pathway for return flow to the Murray River for some water, depending on the extent of inundation and how water flows through this system. So I just sort of make that point that the assessment was based on no return flow from Lake Bulka. Circumstances have changed in the last couple of weeks. And so that assumption may be slightly different. The frequency and duration of operation is described in the project description. I won't go into any detail. Suffice to say that the inundation of Lake Bulka is very infrequent. It's sort of 1 in every 10 to 20 years. It's a rare event naturally. It would be a rare event under managed conditions. All right.
Well, apologies. I'm just going to do a time check with you. It's 3:10. We had anticipated your presentation to take about 60 minutes, and I think I see you're up to about slide 13 out of 65. So I would still like to, I'm happy to continue and to push our break back a little bit, but I think that for the sake of continuing and getting some cross-examination in this afternoon, if I could ask you to speed up a bit.
Yep.
If I could just get an estimate, I understand you've been giving us some context and background. It may be faster through the next bits, but if I could get an estimate from you of how long it will take for you to give us the balance of your presentation.
I'm forever optimistic. Look, maybe 20 minutes. While I've got 65 slides, a lot of those slides are related to RFIs from the committee, and I wasn't intending to present those unless there was a particular question for clarification from the committee.
Thank you. That would be appreciated. I think we have reviewed the responses we've received, so we will ask you questions relating to that. That will assist with time. If you could proceed and finish within 20 minutes, we might have our break in 20 minutes,
Okay,
and then we'll move into some cross-examination. So
I'll
hopefully that's realistic.
I'll move through as quickly as I can.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell. That would be great. Thank you.
All right, so I'll provide a summary of outcomes of construction and operation effects. There's only a couple of slides in this. So construction has the potential to result in adverse effects to surface waters. We can imagine what they're going to be: erosion and runoff from disturbed areas, potential exposure of contamination or acid sulfate soils. Mr. Hopsley talked about dewatering of groundwater at some construction sites. So we've looked at all of these. We've considered the nature of the potential effect. We've considered the mitigation measures that are available as presented in the environmental delivery standards, and we think that the overall construction effects are low or minor. Like Mr. Hopsley said, these construction techniques are or these types of infrastructure have been constructed on waterways and floodplains before. There are techniques available that are well understood, and they will be documented in the construction environmental management plan that will require approval prior to construction. And on that basis, we think that construction effects would be entirely manageable. I won't go into any more detail than that unless there's any particular questions, perhaps at the end, because I think that the main game here is probably that people are interested in is probably operation. So operation effects. During operation, there's the potential for localized adverse effects related to fluvial processes, and that's the sort of the interplay between hydrology and hydraulics, or the flow of water across the floodplain. So there's things like erosion, sedimentation and the like. And there's also water quality effects, and we've heard about black water being mentioned, and salinity. So these are what we consider to be the main potential effects. So we've looked at those in some detail through a range of techniques, and including hydraulic modelling and water quality modelling. So from a sort of a fluvial process perspective, the depth, flow velocities and shear stresses within the maximum inundation extents are within the range experienced under existing inundation events. So we've looked at how deep the floodplain gets when it's inundated to a particular level during an unregulated event, and we've looked at how deep it would get during a managed event, and we've compared those, and they're essentially the same. And the velocity is essentially the same as well. But there is potential for higher velocities and shear stresses downstream of some of the regulators during operation, and that's because when the regulator is open to release water, it's flowing downstream into a channel, and there's the potential that could cause erosion. We've identified those locations. But those effects would be managed through appropriate regulator design, making sure the regulator is sized appropriately for the flow that's anticipated, that there's scour protection as well, and during operation to manipulate the rate at which water is released from those regulators so that it doesn't create high velocities and cause erosion. So on that basis, we think that we're comfortable that those sort of fluvial processes and erosion risks can be managed. Dissolved oxygen, salinity and nutrients, we believe, would also be within the range experienced under existing inundation events. But it's important to recognise that this does include the potential for low dissolved oxygen conditions to develop on the floodplain. That's happened at the moment, happens when floodplains are inundated, and I can talk a little bit more about that if people want to go into the detail of it. But there is the potential for low dissolved oxygen conditions to occur during unregulated inundation and during managed inundation. We believe the effects would be restricted to localised areas within each floodplain, and they wouldn't extend to the Murray River to the extent that if you released water low in dissolved oxygen from a floodplain area, from a managed inundation area, it wouldn't adversely affect the Murray River in the sense that it would not result in a large reduction in dissolved oxygen in the Murray River as that low dissolved oxygen water comes in. And we've modelled that, and there's also some evidence from monitoring to support that. And you've heard from Mr. Hoxley that there's the potential for salinity to return to the waterways and to the Murray River following a drawdown. We've considered that as well. And when we've modelled that using a sort of a mass balance approach, we've identified that the increase in salinity is relatively small, in the order of sort of a few milligrams per litre against a background of typically 150 to 200 milligrams per litre. So the increase in salinity in the Murray River as a result of return flow is small within the context of the background salinity concentration. Nonetheless, these effects can be managed to some extent through appropriate planning and operation, and these are set out in EWS 2. I can go through those in more detail later on if necessary. And monitoring would also be used to evaluate the watering outcomes and assist in adaptively managing individual events, but also to inform future water planning. And we've specified a monitoring program that we think would enable that adaptive management to be delivered. Ramsar side effects. So this is obviously these Ramsar sites obviously something that people are concerned about. We reviewed the ecological character description, the critical components, processes and services and limits of acceptable change related to hydrology and surface water for Ramsar sites. Now, the scoping study only really required us to do it for Hatter Lakes, but we did do it for some of the downstream Ramsar sites as well. The effects were assessed in terms of the potential to result in impacts to critical components, processes and services insofar as they relate to hydrology and water quality. The ecologists looked at other elements related to vegetation, biota and the like. Based on our assessment, we believe there's a low likelihood of impact to the Hatter-Culkine Lakes Ramsar site associated with the project. As I mentioned earlier, there's no construction in the Ramsar site. The Ramsar site wetlands would be watered prior to the Hatter Lakes North floodplain. The watering of the Hatter Lakes North would be integrated into the watering of the Ramsar site, so they would get their water prior to Hatter Lakes North getting its water, but the whole of the site would be integrated into a single kind of watering proposal of the type that the view and that Ms. Ashworth and Mr. Callum talked about yesterday. We believe that there would be limited effect on Ramsar sites further downstream. They're a long way further downstream than the project areas. The water quality effects are not going to extend downstream, and in a way that would accumulate to the extent that we think they would cause an issue further downstream. There are obviously some questions around the overall Murray River flow and the watering of Ramsar sites in general, including Ramsar sites downstream. And as mentioned yesterday, there's an environmental water planning and delivery process that's in place, and that needs to consider the environmental water requirements of all sites, including upstream and downstream Ramsar sites. And in that context, the watering requirements of all those Ramsar sites, both upstream and downstream, would need to be considered and incorporated into river operations so that there would be no detrimental impact on those sites. And the MDBA and the viewer have indicated that that's the process that they follow, and so we've taken them on their advice in that regard. Cumulative effects. The cumulative effects considered in the context of was considered in the context of delivering environmental water to multiple sites, and on the kind of downstream water quality from the operation of multiple sites. And we believe that the cumulative effect would be low. I just mentioned the environmental water delivery process needs to take into consideration upstream and downstream effects, and in the delivery of water to these sites. And the environmental water holders have indicated that there's sufficient entitlement available to meet the environmental watering requirements. So we think that, or we believe that there's not really an avenue for a cumulative effect. For water quality, the assessments showed that the effects on the Murray River from water low in dissolved oxygen or high in nutrients leaving the floodplain during a managed event are low. Where there is potential for low dissolved oxygen in return flows, there's sufficient Murray River passing flow, even during low river conditions. And we looked at typical or river conditions during the millennium drought as a bit of a guide to, how worse could it be, and whether there was sufficient dilution to mitigate any low dissolved oxygen water leaving the floodplain. And there is sufficient dilution to provide mixing, and dilution to the extent that any effect of low DO is rapidly mitigated and would not extend downstream in the Murray River. There is a potential for salt load contribution, and Mr. Hoxley presented a table that showed the cumulative effect at the South Australian border. That assumes if all VMFR sites were inundated to their maximum extent and with drawdown occurring at the same time and the cumulative salt load all ending up in the one spot at exactly the same time, that's the kind of effect that was presented in that table by Mr. Hoxley. In reality, these sites are spread apart. There's lag and travel times between sites. It's unlikely that every site would be inundated to its full extent on every occasion. And even if it was, they wouldn't necessarily be returning water to the river all at the same time and drawing down it all at the same time. So the cumulative effect from salt load is a sort of a worst case theoretical effect if everything happened at once and ended up all at the same point in the river at the same time. And even if it did, we think there's a low level of effect. It's accountable under the basin salinity management strategy, as Mr. Hoxley pointed out. But even from an acute perspective, the salinity concentration in the river under this kind of cumulative scenario remains well below water quality objectives for the protection of irrigation, for the protection of ecological ecosystems, and under the basin plan target for South Australia. Okay, I'll whiz through summary of submissions.
Dr. Treadwell, I was just going to say, if you could please just do us cover off on the rest of your slide pack within about 5 minutes, or whatever you would like to take us to that you think is critical. And then we will move into questions of cross-examination after the break, and the committee will have time to consider and review and have read the material that you've presented, and we'll take you to any questions when we do the questions from the committee. So yeah, just wanted to give you a 5-minute wrap up, and then we'll have a break, and then we'll move into some questions.
Okay, I'll see how I can go. I'll move through these.
But really, if you just take us to the critical things, and I'm sure that we do have a number of parties wanting to ask questions as well. So yeah, thank you. Okay, so just in terms of the summary of issues raised in submissions, there were concerned that managed inundation would change the way water moves across the floodplain during a flood event, that holding and ponding water on the floodplain does not replicate a natural flood event and could result in unintended outcomes, that some areas of floodplain may miss out on inundation as a result of the proposed infrastructure. There were questions about modelling of environmental flows that underpin the assessment of effects of managed inundation on black water and salinity. There was a specific question about the Lake Bulka water management area and effects on Ramsar sites. So I have in my presentation and in the witness statement talked to each of these. So to the extent that you want me to go through them now, I can whiz through pretty quickly, or I can't do it all in 5 minutes. So if you want to get straight into cross-examination after a break, then I think so, Dr. Treadwell. If there's anything that particularly stands out that you wanted to take us to in the balance of your slides, please do. Otherwise, we can break now. And I believe that we'll obviously ask quite a few detailed questions of you through the parties and the committee as well. So.
And so, look, I'm happy to then perhaps refer back to the slides
Yes, of course.
when it comes to answering those particular questions. That might be a better way of doing it.
Yes, that's great. Thank you. We will do that. So we might break now for 15 minutes. So that will make it 3:40. We'll make it 3:43. We'll see everybody back here then. Oh, actually, sorry, apologies before we do that. Just the order of cross-examination. Professor Pittock does have some limitations for appearing on Monday. So I will hand to Professor Pittock for questions first, and then we'll move into questions from Environment Victoria, to the extent that we can cover those in the time we have left today, which may not be much. So we'll be rising at 4:30. We'll close the hearing today at 4:30. So the balance of questions will be asked on Monday morning. So we'll come back and hear questions from Professor Pittock to start with. Great. We'll see everybody at 3:43. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome back. Okay, I think we have everyone. Fantastic. Welcome, Professor Piddock. I can see that you're with us. I'll just check that your audio is working, if that's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me clearly?
Yes, yep, loud and clear. Thank you very much. So we'll move straight into questions of Mr. Forrester, I haven't actually provided you with the opportunity to ask any questions. My apologies. Is there anything that you wanted to ask of Dr. Treadwell? I'm just mindful that we have Professor Piddock with us this afternoon, and he's unfortunately unable to attend on Monday. So I would like to move through his questions of cross-examination. But of course, if there are things that you wanted to explore with Dr. Treadwell, I will make sure that you have the time to do that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm perfectly happy to be in your hands and to have Dr. Treadwell made available for questioning. The only thing I'd note is that in those circumstances, it might be that I spend a little more time in re-examination than I otherwise would have. But certainly the committee and the parties have Dr. Treadwell's presentation in its in whole as his evidence, as part of his evidence. So we can proceed, and I'll deal with things at the end as I need to.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Forrester. So Professor Piddock, over to you, and thank you, Dr. Treadwell, in advance for answering the questions.
Madam Chair, thank you. Dr. Treadwell, I'd like to start with the question of the Bidderang stop bank. On day one of this hearing, we heard of the proponents' plans to reoperate the Bidderang stop bank or levee, which was built over a decade ago as part of the Hatter Lakes Living Murray project to stop watering of the North Hatter and Lake Bulka system. Can you advise what portion of the Lake Bulka system could be watered if the Bidderang stop bank was simply removed, allowing Living Murray water to flow along that natural creek system?
The extent to which water would extend into that area would depend on the duration that the water level was up. The modelling that has been undertaken has looked at how far water would extend into that area, and it, depending on how high water level gets in Bidderang and extends further north, it can go quite a long way. There is a high point into that area, a little bit further north of the Bidderang stop bank, and water would have to get over that. So water does need to get up a bit. I can't recall the exact elevation. Nonetheless, the event that we had, the most recent event, water went over the Bidderang stop bank and over the additional high point further north and into the sort of the deeper northern parts of the Lake Bulka area.
Thank you.
So water can get in there, yes.
Excellent. I'd like to turn now to seek your advice on constraints relaxation as a key alternative to the proposed projects. And for the committee's benefit, I'm referring to table document number 60, the constraints management strategy of the Murray-Darling Basin Authority, as well as the evidence presented by Nicholas Sheehan on day one from the authority of the Sustainable Diversion Limit Adjustment Mechanism, or SIDLAM, projects that include constraints relaxation. If and when implemented, that strategy would enable managed peak flows in the River Murray of up to 50,000 megalitres a day upstream of Belsa-Yungara, and this would be supplemented by higher peak flows from the Murrumbidgee River to build to peak flows of 80,000 megalitres a day at the South Australian border. Consequently, I'd welcome your advice, Dr. Treadwell, on what would be the peak flows enabled by the constraints management strategy in the River Murray adjacent to the two project areas. And secondly, what would be the portion of the project area watered by relaxed peak flows compared to the engineering approaches proposed by the proponent in these projects?
So my understanding of the flow that could be achieved under constraints relaxation is in that sort of 70 to 80,000 megalitre a day range at Euston. That would water the equivalent of the intermediate inundation extent for Belsa Youngera, but to get to the maximum inundation extent, that wouldn't be achieved through constraints relaxation. So maximum inundation is up to, this is, I don't have the table in front of me. It's about 100,000 megalitres a day. And water into the floodplain lakes is even higher than that. So constraints relaxation, if it occurred to the greatest extent that was possible, and you could get it all at that point, you could water that kind of low to middle part of Belsa Youngera through constraints relaxation. I'm not sure whether you'd get necessarily the preferred duration for inundation without the presence of infrastructure, but if you could get the flow, then you could get the water into there. For Hatter Lakes, the sort of notional unregulated, well, not the existing commenced to flow for Chalker Creek is around 30 to 40,000 megalitres a day. So you can get water into Hatter Lakes North, or water flows into Hatter Lakes North in an unregulated way when flowing the Murray's at about 40,000, 30 to 40,000. But water, you need about 60 to 80,000 to get it into the sort of further north up into the Chalker North area. But to fully inundate Chalker North needs flow in excess of 80,000. And to get flow into Lake Bulka under unmodified conditions, well, it's 160 or 170,000 megalitres a day of the type that we've just experienced. Under the modelled natural conditions, if all of the block banks and impediments were removed, it's about 100 to 120,000 megalitres a day. So constraints would, relaxation would enable flow into some parts of low-level parts of Hatter North, but not to the full extent.
Could I just check your understanding of the commence to fill level for Chalker Creek? You mentioned 30 to 40,000 megalitres a day. I have seen older Living Murray documents that talked about lowering that sill to a 20,000 megalitre a day spill threshold.
My understanding, I think it's documented in the specialist assessment, is that the original commence to spill level was around 40 and it's been lowered to 30. I haven't seen anything that references lowering it to 20.
Thank you. I might follow up on that later. I wonder if I could turn then to the question of water flows in the river and water savings. The Federal Department of Water's funding these two projects on the basis that it will save 5 gigalitres a year of water on average towards a reduction of real environmental water in the river of 605 gigalitres a year on average. Could you explain how these water savings from these projects would be calculated?
Look, to be honest, Professor Piddock, I'm not aware of the process. The Murray-Darling Basin Authority has a determination process and I've not looked at that.
Okay, thanks. You kindly responded to a number of our submissions, and I notice in your expert witness statement, and I note that in relation to the Environment Victoria submission, it cited a report by Jason Hyam for the South Australian Government concerning flow requirements for the Coorong and Murray Mouth. Do you agree with Hyam's assessment that a minimum flow of 3,200 gigalitres a year on average is needed to maintain the ecological character of this Ramsar listed wetland downstream of the proposed projects?
I haven't looked at that in detail. No, I can't answer that without, I'd have to take that one on notice.
Okay. And so I wonder if you would agree that the proposed reduction of river flows by 120,000 gigalitres a year on average as a result of the Victorian Murray floodplain restoration program would reduce river flows to these downstream rivers, wetlands.
This is, I guess, an area of policy and decisions that have been made prior to us assessing these projects. I've reviewed the Murray-Darling Basin Authority determination reports on the adjustment process, and they've indicated that through their various assessments that they think that the flow triggers for multiple locations along the river would be able to be maintained or met. Now, whether that actually happens in reality, I don't know. I think it's a question for the authority and for the proponent around the kind of implications from a broader basin plan perspective.
Mm-hmm. Yet the ecological character of the Lower Lakes Ramsar site is very much linked to salinity, and freshwater inflows are a key determinant of those salinity levels. And so you would naturally think as a hydrologist that a higher volume of fresh water would reduce salinity levels.
On the face of it, yes, more water to all sites would be better than less water. On the face of it, yes.
Thank you. I wonder if we could now turn to the matter of climate change. In document 80, your expert witness statement in section 3.3, you say that climate change modelling by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority shows a reduction in the frequency and duration of unregulated floodplain inundation. And you go on to say in specialist assessment C on surface water, the assessment of climate change effects uses the results of modelling undertaken by the authority. I'm wondering whether your assessment relates only to the fresh and overbank flood events that are subject to river regulation, or are you also asserting that this reduction in frequency is also applied to the major flood events, unregulated flood events?
Okay, let me try and make sure I understand the question. So we looked at the modelling that the MDBA provided, where they had modelled the frequency and duration of flow thresholds that would meet the, I guess, the inundation threshold requirements for the VMFRP projects. And that was what we looked at in terms of the reduction in the frequency and duration of flows for the thresholds to meet the project requirements. Does that answer? I don't know if that answers the question.
Not quite. I guess what I'm asking is, does this assessment that climate change reduces overbank flow events, does that really only relate to the frequency of small events? Or are you also saying that that relates to major flood events such as that we've just experienced in recent months?
Well, I think I'd have to go back to the Murray-Darling Basin modelling to see exactly what they've looked at in terms of their predictions or their models of the reduction in not just base flows, but in these really high events. I think that generally speaking, these high events are predicted to continue to occur, but the modelling of them is quite difficult because of the kind of global climatic conditions that have to come together to get these sort of very, very large rainfall events occurring. And so in that context, my understanding of the climate change modelling is that it's quite hard to predict the frequency of these very large overbank flow events.
Excellent, thank you. I have read the 3 authority reports cited by the proponent in the 2 documents, and I don't see that assessment. What they do refer to is a series of climate change scenarios that range from a wetter future to drier futures. Could you confirm that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority assessments of climate change don't assign probability to any one of these climate change scenarios? So, for example, they're not saying that a drier scenario is more likely than the wet scenario.
Professor Pidcock, I'm not sure about that.
Mm. Okay, thanks. I just wonder if I could point your attention to what might be a typographical error in specialist assessment C on surface water. There's a key sentence that appears to be incomplete to me, and I'm just wondering if I could mention that to you, and perhaps you could advise on a later date if I've misinterpreted that or corrected.
Sure.
And so this is under section 7.2.2.2, climate change effects on operations, from page 123. In the first bullet points, it goes on to say that substantial reduction in the number of events and hence increased interval between events that exceed critical inundation thresholds for the intermediate and maximum inundation scenarios between the natural and current and basin plan flows, for example, events, and the events appears to me to be an incomplete sentence, and I think it would be useful to know what example you had in mind there.
So just let me try and find that. I'm going to have to take that one on notice to
sure.
double check what the intention
Indeed. I'm sure you have not memorized all 500 pages.
No, and that's right. So I've found 7.2.2.2, but I'll have to look back through and take on notice that question. Yeah.
Thank you. Just my last two questions relate to Murray-Darling Basin Authority models. You note in your evidence that the water modelling used by the proponent is based on the authority's source Murray model. It's true, isn't it, that this model is based on historic hydrological data that only extends up to 2009, and it hasn't been updated since then to incorporate subsequent changes by state governments to river operating rules following the basin reforms?
Yeah, that's my understanding. Certainly the modelling of the sort of the modelled and the baseline, the benchmark scenarios are all up to 2009.
Thanks. You kindly responded to our Dr. Koloff and my submission from ANU, where we cited the Wentworth Group's 2020 report called Assessment of River Flows in the Murray-Darling Basin, Observed versus Expected Flows under the Basin Plan from 2012 to 2019. So in that report, after excluding annual climatic variability, the group found that the observed flows in the River Murray at Hatta from 2012 to 2019 were 23% less than the authorities' projected flows with their model. Does this large degree of error mean that the source Murray model is not fit for purpose?
I've read that paper, and it's concerning, obviously, if the actual flow is not meeting flow targets, as the report points out. I'm not a hydrological modeller to the extent that I'm familiar with the source Murray model and its level of accuracy and whether it represents a reasonable model for predicting future flows. It's a very valid question about how the authority proposes to manage the river going forward, but I would defer to them for questions about the validity of the source Murray model. I do note that the authority have indicated that they're planning to update the model at some point. Now, ideally, it would have been good to have had that updated data, and perhaps in the update of that model, it is then subsequently updated more regularly so that the kinds of questions, Professor Pidcock, that you raised in that report can be evaluated on a more frequent basis.
Dr. Treadwell, thank you for your help. Madam Chair, that's the end of my questions, and I thank you for accommodating my timing limitations.
Not a problem. Thanks, Professor Pittock. So we will continue with questions of cross-examination. I'd just like to check with the two parties who have asked to ask questions. So Environment Victoria, confirming you still expect to ask around 45 minutes worth of questions. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And Dr. Kelly, could I just check that you are anticipating asking approximately 15 minutes worth of questions?
Yes, I probably will ask a little bit more than that. I find it difficult to predict that, but
Yes, of course, I understand. That's fine. What we might do is actually move to Environment Victoria for questions. And I understand that I would like to close the hearing for the day at 4:30, so we may not get through all of your questions. And then we'll start with your questions on Monday, followed by Dr. Kelly's, and then questions from the committee. So at this stage, we'll move directly. I'll hand to Ms. Hogan to continue to ask questions of Dr. Treadwell. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Dr. Treadwell, for your presentation and your detailed slides. Following on from Professor Pittock's questions regarding modelling, I note that Professor Pittock referred to the Source Murray model, which at section 3.4.4.1 of your specialist assessment you refer to, and specifically data from the period 1896 to 2009. You've noted that the Murray-Darling Basin Authority intends to update that model. In circumstances where the model hasn't been updated since 2009, which predates the works at Hattah, which were delivered under the Living Murray project, wouldn't you agree that there is a level of uncertainty associated with the modelling of flows?
The modelling of flows in the river itself, not necessarily. I guess the model covers 100+ years of data, represents a long-term model of the river flow. In terms of that model itself, as far as I'm aware, models flow at nodes along the Murray River and not necessarily within the Hattah Lakes itself. So it's not necessarily, again, I'm not a hydrological modeller and would probably need to get confirmation from the authority. But I don't know whether the model would be influenced by the modifications to the floodplain that have taken place as part of TLM.
Thank you. Are you able to comment on whether that could have particular consequences when it comes to assessing cumulative impacts?
Just trying to, I guess, understand the point of the question, Ms. Hogan. So do you mean insofar as changes to the Hattah Lakes floodplain influencing downstream flows and how they've been modelled?
Yes, particularly river regulation that has occurred post-2009, and the fact that that isn't represented in the model, how that could create some limitations or uncertainty when it comes to assessing cumulative impacts downstream and upstream of the floodplain size.
So the relative volumes of water and the daily volume of water that would be drawn from the Murray River onto the Hattah Lakes during a TLM watering, my understanding is that they are accounted for. There's a portion of return flow to the river downstream. In terms of the modelling, it's my understanding that the model, when I mentioned this update, is going to be updated to more explicitly incorporate the existing TLM and the proposed SDL adjustment projects. Now, where that's at, I'm not sure. the implications of that for relative to the existing modelling, I'm not sure. It's a question for the MDBA.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell. This question was perhaps raised by Professor Pittock, but in relation to the suite of SIDLAM projects proposed for Victoria as part of the Basin Plan, which includes constraints relaxation projects. I note that your specialist assessment referred to a report by the MDBA on hydrologic modelling to inform the proposed Basin Plan. Are you aware that in the same year modelling was also completed by the MDBA on hydrologic modelling of the relaxation of operational constraints in the Southern Connected System? And if so, to what extent did that factor into your assessment?
I wasn't aware of that, and I hadn't specifically looked at that.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell. Moving on to the topic of climate change, and again, I note that this was covered by Professor Pittock in some areas. Again, in relation to the Source Murray model that has been used to model flows for the purposes of your assessment, noting that it is intended that it will be updated within the next year or so, I believe. I note that that model was created by linking 24 models from different states and using climate data from that period, 1895 to 2009. In your view, what are some limitations associated with modelling the impact of climate change using that sort of baseline or data?
Well, I think that period includes periods of very low flow and very high flow. So in that regard, the modelling period includes periods of time that may be indicative of what the future might look like under climate change. So the model has experience with low flow periods. Again, I'm not a hydrological modeler in the, I'm an eco-hydrologist. I understand the relationship between flow and ecology and the like. I've relied on other people for the assessment with more skill and experience in the Murray-Darling Basin models. And so some of those questions are probably, I'm really pushing the limit of my ability to answer them in any meaningful way. But the model to 2009 does include periods of low flow, and in that sense, it's got experience with low flow periods. How that's used to model climate change going forward, I don't know how they do that or how they propose to do that.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate some of these questions might be outside of your particular area. Just one last question on that, on the modelling. Do you agree that once that updated model is made available and there is full representation of the SIDLAM projects, if that modelling reveals under climate change scenarios, for example, that floodplains could not be watered at optimal times or at optimal frequency or durations desired due to water availability issues, for example, would you agree that further modelling and assessment would be required under the updated model?
Not necessarily. I think we acknowledge that under climate change, if there is a reduction in the frequency and duration of unregulated flows that would inundate these project areas, then these project areas can be watered through other means, through pumping, and in some instances through gravity feed, even at lower river flows. And so the ability to implement managed inundation to these areas can occur going forward, even if some of the unregulated flow thresholds are not met as a result of climate change. So in that sense, the projects have I don't know whether resilience is the right word, but there's an ability to inundate them with the infrastructure without the need for those high river flows. In terms of water availability, the MDBA and the Victorian Environmental Water Holder talked about water availability and the difference between entitlement, which is the total volume of water that they are entitled to, versus allocation in any one year, which is the amount that would be available to them depending on climate conditions. And they've indicated that they feel that even under climate change, considering allocation histories and predicted allocation histories going forward, that they would have sufficient water available, that's available water, to meet the requirements of the project sites. Now, how that water is delivered, I guess, is always going to be a question. Is it through delivery down the river, higher flows, with the benefit of constraints relaxation perhaps, or through pumping? That's a kind of case-by-case basis going forward, but they've nonetheless indicated that they think even with climate change, that there would be sufficient water available to water sites generally when that's needed. And I guess they've also indicated that and I think it's probably, well, hopefully it's obvious that you're not going to necessarily be inundating every single site to its maximum extent on every occasion, because the sites don't need that. They don't need to be inundated to their maximum inundation extent every year. To a lower level in many years, yes, to the higher levels relatively infrequently. And so that kind of sequencing and frequency of inundation to different levels then comes into play when thinking about how much water is available. If there is low allocations for whatever reasons, but there's a desire to water particular areas, then there may be some decisions that need to be made that reflect, I guess, the fact that it may not be possible or necessary or desirable to inundate areas to the maximum extent.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell, and that perhaps answers my next question, which is on the topic of water availability specifically. You've noted in your expert statement that the information that informed your specialist assessment included information provided by the Murray-Darling Basin Authority on river flows, the ability to deliver water to project sites, amongst other things, and allocations under different climate change scenarios. In that context, would you agree that water availability is a relevant consideration in the context of your assessment and the conclusions that you've reached?
Water availability is relevant for a whole bunch of reasons, and so in that context, yes, water availability needs to be part of the information that informs decisions about how environmental water is planned and delivered.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell. My next question relates to existing conditions at the floodplain sites, and perhaps you might have been on the online when I was asking some questions of Mr. Hoxley.
Yes, I was.
This is a similar question about the extent to which you were briefed on impacts of the Living Murray projects, specifically adverse or unintended adverse impacts, and how that informed your assessment.
Sure. So if we talk about Hatter Lakes, because that's the most obvious TLM site relevant to the Hatter Lakes North project, we reviewed the available data for that site. There's a reasonable, I wouldn't say a perfect amount, but there's a reasonable amount of monitoring, water quality monitoring data that's available associated with TLM watering at Hatter Lakes. We and that data is for things like, you know, the typical pH, dissolved oxygen, salinity and the like. We've looked at that data, it's presented in the specialist assessment, and in general, the water quality outcomes associated with TLM watering is consistent with the sort of water quality that you'd expect to experience or see when a floodplain is inundated. There are some examples of occasions with poor water quality. In fact, there are examples of very low dissolved oxygen in Chalker Creek. There are examples of high dissolved oxygen. Salinity, for example, remains pretty low within that TLM monitoring data. So from a water quality perspective, the monitoring is, I guess, indicative of what we'd expect when you inundate a floodplain. There are examples when there's been algal blooms occur in some of the Hatter lakes due to watering. Algal blooms also occur during unregulated flow events. We acknowledge that in the report as well, and we also indicate that, you know, depending on the timing and the circumstances and things like that, that there is the potential for algal blooms to occur when you undertake managed inundation. They're not, you know, those sorts of, I guess, what some might think of as being adverse effects. They could occur, and we acknowledge that.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell. Perhaps on that topic, just a point of clarification. The conclusions that are reached in the assessment, are they based on an assumption that water will be delivered at optimal times, so in the cooler months, as opposed to warmer months when there's a greater risk of black water events, for example?
Yeah, and
Chair, can I just ask for my purposes for a clarification as to what is meant by the conclusions that are reached in the assessment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Forrester.
Perhaps I'll refer to a particular point in the specialist assessment. There is a comment that there is unlikely to be a cumulative effect of managed inundation at the floodplain sites, as the assessment showed that the effects of the Murray River from low dissolved oxygen water leaving the floodplain during managed events are low. And one of the main measures identified to mitigate the risk of black water events is to factor in seasonal implications in the timing of filling and drawdown. So in circumstances where one of the key mitigation measures is to consider seasonal impacts, yeah, are you able to explain?
No, I can definitely talk about that. So
thank you, Josh.
So the it's evident that in the warmer months, the likelihood of low dissolved oxygen is greater. The decomposition of organic material is faster. All that kind of stuff. There's no argument about that. And similarly, the potential for algal blooms to occur are greater, or the conditions are more conducive for excessive algal growth in warmer weather when you know, conditions are warmer, there's more light, all that sort of stuff. We talk about that in the assessment. It's preferable then to, you know, inundate these areas at times when those risk factors are lower, and typically the natural unregulated flood would occur in late winter through spring, although, you know, obviously even unregulated rivers can flood at other times of the year, and we've seen that to some extent last year, although I would note that the flooding that occurred last year may well have started earlier if it hadn't been for a lot of dams that had to fill up first upstream and things like that. Having said that, when we undertook the assessment, and this is in particularly with specific reference to black water for Hatter Lakes, the modelling indicates that there is the potential for low dissolved oxygen water to develop and for that low dissolved oxygen water to be released to the Murray River, irrespective of the time of the year. So there's potential for that to happen in a winter, spring, or summer inundation. So that's not from our perspective, that's not that's a potential outcome. But when that return water reaches the Murray River, it's a relatively small volume, and we modelled what the concentration would be in the Murray River, assuming that water of zero dissolved oxygen was discharged into the river. And so in that sense, we've modelled and based our assessment on the worst case scenario of zero dissolved oxygen water being discharged to the river. We've looked at the sort of flow circumstances that would be experienced in the river at different times of the year, and we've indicated the flow in the river. If the flow in the river got low enough, at what point the release of low DO water starts to become a risk. So in effect, how low could the Murray River flow go before you start to lose the dilution and mixing effect? And it's actually a really low flow. It's lower than the kind of average flow that occurred during the Millennium Drought. So the circumstances for there to be an effect on the Murray River have got to be pretty kind of severe and quite unique, of a very, very low river flow and a high volume of zero DO water leaving the Hatter Lake site. And if that circumstance was to happen, the mitigation is to adjust the release rate from the project area so that you maintain an acceptable level of dilution and mixing. And obviously you'd monitor that and make appropriate adjustments. And that's what's kind of talked about in EDS SW2 as well, around adjusting release rates to make sure that dilution is available. But the likelihood of that is pretty low.
Thank you, Dr. Treadwell. I do have some additional questions, but I'm mindful of time.
Thank you, Ms. Hogan. We might actually pause there and reconvene with your questions when we open on Monday. There's just a few things that we need to run through in closing today before we do rise for the day. So I'm just going to get to the right spot in my notes and I'll run through, and then I will ask the proponent and parties if you have any questions before we do finish. So just firstly, in the cross-examination from Professor Pittock a few moments ago, Dr. Treadwell did take a couple of questions on notice. I'm just going to mention that we're happy for Dr. Treadwell, of course, to respond to those on Monday, noting that Professor Pittock may not be able to attend the hearing, but of course can listen to the audio recording afterwards. And also to advise parties that the audio recording for day one should be available now on the Engage Victoria website. Thank you, Professor Pittock. I can see your thumb up there acknowledging what I just said. I have just wanted to run through a question or a series of questions that we have for the proponent that I wanted to flag now that relate to the Living Murray projects. So I'll just go through these relatively slowly, and Mr. Forrester, please let me know if you need me to recap or to repeat them. This stage I wasn't intending to issue them in writing, but please let me know if you need me to as well. Question 18 of the committee's RFI sought information about the Living Murray projects, which was partly addressed in the Part A submission and through the submissions and evidence that we've received so far. The committee is seeking some further context and background to assist it in understanding the project and how it has, the learnings from that have been used to inform the VMFRP project. So we firstly ask for a broad overview of the approval process for the Victorian, the Living Murray projects. That's really to assist us in understanding the process that those projects went through. And then specifically in relation to the Hatter Lakes, the Living Murray project, I have a number of requests. So we're looking for a general description of the nature and scale of the infrastructure works including the extent and height of containment banks and other structures used to pond or confine water on the floodplain, and where appropriate, if those works could be shown on a suitable map. And just for comparison, how some commentary around how they compare in scale and the extent to the projects before the committee. Advice on the extent of native vegetation loss associated with construction of the project and whether a conservation works exemption was applied. Advice on how and whether any unexpected or adverse effects would be or have been identified, and if they've occurred, what these effects have been. An overview of traditional owner consultation and involvement in the development and operation of the project. And then finally, advice on any specific learnings that have been applied to the VMFRP projects. So Mr. Forrester, can I ask if there's any you'd like me to recap on any of those?
No, I have satisfactory notes. Thank you, Madam Chair. We are in the process of preparing a response to that RFI, which deals with a number of those things. And so it's our intention that it'll be produced for you in a standalone technical note to be tabled with the committee.
Thank you very much. Further to that series of questions, I just wanted to give notice to the DELP representative if they are here. And actually I was looking earlier and I can't recall seeing whether, so previously DELP Environment, now DECA. I'll just ask if you could just put your camera on, please, if we do have a representative here. And if not, I will just explain what the committee is thinking, and we were planning to issue some questions in writing next week. So I was really just giving notice to DECA that would come. So I can't see anybody, so I'll just continue explaining for the benefit of the proponent and the parties. So at the directions hearing, DELP Environment team, represented by Stuart Decker, did advise they'd be able to make themselves available to answer questions from the committee if required. And I just wanted to advise them, so now under the umbrella of DECA, that the committee will have a number of questions relating to its DECA's submission and issues of interest to the committee, but we intend to issue those by correspondence to the proponent after the proponent's ecology evidence next week, but looking to have a fairly quick turnaround so that we can get a response to those questions in writing and or with an opportunity to attend, say, preliminary matters one day and speak to those responses to the committee as well. So really just raising that for the party's information to know that that's coming. I can see that Rachel has raised your hand. If it's in relation to that matter, I'll come to you now if you'd like to.
Yes, I was just going to notify you that Matthew Curley from DECA is on the line. He might have not had turn his video on, as he doesn't have that function as just a participant. If you would like me to unmute him, I can.
No, that's fine. Thank you. Oh, Rachel, if you can do that, that would be great, actually. And I'll just get his acknowledgement that he's heard.
No worries.
Thank you. So Rachel's assisting the proponents team for those who are not familiar with who she is.
Hello, Chair. Sorry, I can't unmute my video,
yes,
but you can hear me. So yes, I hear all that and understand it. Thank you very much. That'll be great. We will get on to that next week.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of other matters to run through. So as we discussed this morning, on the basis that we won't be proceeding with the site visit as originally scheduled, I would like to understand if the proponent is looking to move the closing submissions forward in that week. So Mr. Forrester, could I ask you to provide us with an update if you have one on that issue?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Perhaps I can come to the site inspection second and just start by noting that it continues to be the case, as it was this morning, that we're anticipating the 7th and 8th of February won't be used for that purpose. Given we would still need time to prepare the documents we intend to file in support of our closing submissions, including a written submission in particular. We'd propose that Wednesday, the 8th of February would be a possible day on which, if the committee was intending to or desired moving our closing submission forward, the 8th of February could be used.
Yes. I'm happy to confirm now that that's certainly an option, because we were all ready to be in attendance at the site inspection anyway, so that day is fine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The matter of the site inspection we've followed up during the course of the day, and can I start by suggesting we further advise the committee and put it down as a matter for discussion at the commencement of week 3 of the hearing. So that'll be effectively Monday week if we use the reserve day, or Tuesday the 31st of January if we don't, but I think it's likely we will be using the reserve day at this point. We've obtained the update from Parks Victoria as the relevant land manager in large part, and at this point the situation is that access is not permitted to very significant portions of the project areas. There are significant safety issues as advised by Parks Victoria in respect of the soft ground and danger of falling trees, potential weather conditions over the coming time, mosquito-borne illness, and as relevant to access, damaged tracks, roads and infrastructure that will require repair before any access is allowed. Currently, it is possible to see the very southern extent, the very southern end of the Living Murray works at Hatter Lakes South, basically from the car park or from the road that runs across the bottom of those works. And it's not sufficiently informative at that point as to warrant the site view taking place, as the arrangements and logistics would be required to come along with that. So at this point, that's the situation. And hopefully by that time, Monday week or Tuesday, we will be in a position to identify any other possibilities that might arise. The primary considerations in respect to that are, in essence, fitting in a site view appropriately close to the hearing as to make the hearing process continue in a timely and appropriate way. But we will explore every option in that respect and address you then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Forrester. And yes, just to note from the committee's perspective, while I mentioned this morning the option of reserving the option of visiting the site after the hearing, I understand that does bring with it other complexity, such as you just mentioned, so ensuring it is adequately close to the hearing to allow the committee to continue with its other commitments and producing its report. I think at this stage I assume that we're proceeding on the basis that a site visit is very unlikely, and I'm happy with the timeframe you've suggested, where Monday week we just make a final decision about that, because approximately that would give us a 2-week timeframe, which would be roughly suitable to run a post-hearing site inspection. But if it isn't possible at that point, Monday week, then definitely the committee will proceed without. The committee, as issued in directions, was mindful of this and did ask the proponent, and the proponent has provided additional visual material or substantial visual material to assist the committee to understand the site. So I expect that we'll continue to access that material, review that material, and if necessary, we'll come back to the proponent and ask you to take us through components of that again. For example, we might ask you to take us through the drone footage again at a slower pace and with some more detailed commentary about what's being viewed by the committee. Just as we've digested further information about the matter before us, we'll be in a position to interpret that visual material in more detail as well. So yes, at this stage, we'll proceed on the basis that we assume that it's very, very unlikely, with confirmation, as you suggested, Monday or Tuesday week. I would like to, just for the benefit of parties though, also make the point that a number of the committee members are very familiar with the area and have been into the area over years in different capacities. So it's not an area that is unfamiliar to the committee. And the committee, some of the issues, it is of benefit to see the site, which we are doing through visual material. Not all of the issues require that. And as a number of experts in the field, we're quite familiar with a number of the issues before the committee as well. So just for the benefit of parties, I wanted to raise those issues. So thank you very much for the update and the detail there, Mr. Forrester, as well. That's helpful. Great. So after today, likely tomorrow, we will reissue a timetable that makes the changes discussed this morning. Apologies, I did say Thursday the 31st, which of course is Tuesday the 31st, for the change that I acknowledged with the additional party speaking, the traditional owner party speaking to us. We will remove the scheduled site visit at this stage, and we'll move the closing submissions to the Wednesday, the 8th of February for the proponent. At this stage, I know I don't necessarily need to say this, but I'll just confirm at this stage we're not sitting tomorrow, Mr. Forrester. We're going straight to Monday, so tomorrow will be a non-sitting day, and they are the closing issues or closing matters that I needed to run through. So before we do rise for the day, I'll just come to you, Mr. Forrester. Is there anything else from the proponent that we needed to cover off on?
I just wanted to note one matter, which is that while Dr. Treadwell remains in the middle of cross-examination, he remains subject to the declarations he's made, and that includes not having any contact with any party connected with the case, which would include my client, and otherwise that I see that Dr. Kelly has her hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Forrester. Dr. Kelly, do you have any questions?
I just would like to suggest that instead of doing a site visit on those allocated days, that you could, the hearing could sit in Robinvale for the day and allow the traditional owners to possibly make a presentation in person.
Thank you, Dr. Kelly. So was that was the issue that you're wanting to raise? Were there any other matters?
No, thank you.
No, okay, thank you. So thank you for the suggestion. I think if we had had the interest expressed from traditional owners to do that well in advance, that would have been a valuable thing to do. Logistically, that's going to be very difficult to do within the time frame, and we do have the traditional owner group now coming to present to the committee on the 31st. So at this stage, we won't do that travel just for that particular purpose, and we'll hear from the traditional owner group as scheduled in what will be the reissued timetable. Great. So if there are no other issues that need to be discussed this afternoon, thank you very much. Look forward to seeing everybody in week 2 of our hearing, and I'll see you at 10 a.m. on Monday morning.